That's surprising, because Anna is pretty prone to showing up with second sales.
Well, I'm only on chapter 8, so...
Yeah, still though, that's still quite a few refreshes, because it checks every map to spawn...
Yeah, I've only had one
additional
Anna
Annas.
shop, and that's the one I got the rescue from.
Yeah. Sounds...
There was an Anna shop I could have rescued from Arisen, but that disappeared as it appeared.
Yeah, it refreshes
Besides, I
after
don't
every... After every chapter it refreshes, or like does a check, so there's always that risk that stuff disappears or another Risen shows up.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it was both on the same turn, so
Right.
I wasn't going to do it to begin with.
Alright, so I guess we'll get going.
I'm keeping track of my game overs too, because while I'm playing casual, I'm still trying to play it like classic, you know?
So you're...
Trying not to...
You're tracking when units get KO'd or something then, or...?
Game over specifically, but I am keeping track of when I am trying not to do sacrificial stats and when units get KO'd.
Makes sense.
Like, a unit gets KO'd, it's on my own stupidity, basically.
Makes sense. Alright, so welcome back everyone to Advance Wars 2, where we are knee-deep in Blue Moon stuff. But I guess we only have 2 missions left.
Technically, you can bum rush straight to the Liberation mission, since you don't need to do them all in this game.
I suppose, but we lose some of the story.
Yeah. It's not like Advance Wars 1 where it's just the same, it's just the same mission, but with a different story, slightly different story.
Right.
Slightly different framing, I should say.
Yeah. So, Nature Walk. 3 cannons await, oh boy. Divine strategy to cross those woods.
Oh, nice crit. Reckon got a 3% crit.
Nice. Yeah, I suppose if I rush them, I could get to hard mode faster. But once I'm in hard mode, I'll generally be skipping the story. So
yeah,
I guess it's easier to deal with this. At the very least,
the secret mission and the first secret mission hard mode is actually in a different location than the one in easy / normal, which is kind of hilarious.
Hey, Sorok.
We'll get to that when we get to that, you know.
Alright, everyone, keep up the pace! Victory lies just beyond those woods. Now, more than ever, we need Blue Moon to be strong. Hold your air horses there, boss. There you're interrupting me when I'm giving orders to the troops. Read on, sure.
Realistic graphics.
They could have, yeah, they could have done, had the person who did Detective Pikachu do the Star Fox graphics. I'm sure that would have ended up.
Which, the game or the film?
The game would have what?
There's of Detective Pikachu, there's the 2 games and then there's the film.
Oh yeah, like the film. I haven't played the game, so I don't know, but like the film where they did the realistic Pokemon.
Oh yeah, that was actually kind of... I didn't like it at first, but it grew on me.
Yeah, I was mostly into it first. I guess the Mr. Mime threw me, but maybe that was just intentional.
That isn't definitely intentional.
But they totally could have had that, brought that artist in to do realistic Star Fox. I'm sure that would have turned out just perfectly.
That being said, realistic Star Fox isn't deserving of the hate it's getting. The only thing I have an issue with is the legs being like awakening legs. Which, to be fair, I'm playing Awakening.
Right. Pretty darn sure that's an ambush we're walking into. There are enemy units in those woods. Madness! Why Zola's surprised? That ain't all.
Rescue staff.
They got some crazy weapons pointing right at us. My. Getting through this is gonna take some doing.
Oh my gosh!
What do we do? Down front, none. This one's mine. Figure my abilities are best suited to taking on those monster cannons. Truthfully, Grit, are you sure you can handle this?
Well, alright.
I'm sure I'll muddle through one way or the other.
I love Grit's brilliant but lazy playstyle. It befits him being a sniper.
So, they sent you, did they?
Blue Moon CO Grit. You're CO Power Snipe Attack, right? You're a, specialist in indirect combat. Did I miss anything?
Yep.
You sure know your
Yeah.
stuff, don't you? Well, I mean, I am a genius and an expert military tactician. Black Cannon's my invention too. Cool, huh?
Huh?
Black Cannon. What's it good for? Oh, well, that's a dangerous question. Do you really want to know? For starters, its range of fire is much, much larger than yours. And I've treated it so now it can fire every single day. You and your forces will be toast long before you can reach your goal. Ah, see. Reckon I'll have to sneak along through the woods then.
Oh yeah?
Are you seriously gonna try it?
Okay.
Suppose I am. I'm sure those cannons are as powerful as can be, but being the base don't always mean you're the best. Think I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. I'm so scared. Somebody give me a teddy bear and the nightlight. Tee. Listen here, soldiers. Our goal is simple. Reach our HQ on the far side of these woods. Unit type is not a factor. Any one of y'all can touch down to the HQ and we'll win. As long as you're in the woods, you're safe from cannon fire, so rest there if need be. Now, we can't go allowing our HQ to be captured. So if y'all have a run-in with enemy troops, be sure to give them something to remember you by.
Okay.
Alright, it's time to get a move on. The Blue Moon seems a little bad at defending their territory. If they let someone build 3 of these things in the woods. Good thing they don't have the keys to the HQ. It's true. And they don't seem to have any kind of, like, batter ram or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, great level, Sumiya. Strength, skill, speed, luck, res.
So they don't want us to use these rockets. They want us to end up getting the rockets shot up by the cannons. I see your play. Let's move the medium forward. Maybe do... No, we can only do the closest one. Well. Blue Moon continuing to have organizational problems. What's new? Yeah, I feel like Lash is just intentionally did it because she thinks she's so good she can toy with Grit.
Adder is Grit's evil version anyways, as you've seen thus far.
Well, sure, but
'Cause-
like she,
Yeah.
I mean, she still seems to be arrogant enough to think that she can just
Yeah.
mess around and disrespect Grit.
Yeah. So surprisingly, my Lissa has been getting good strength, making War Cleric actually useful. But I think I'd just rather do Sage anyways.
And also any strength gain is just bait anyway, because her base is so bad. She could probably gain strength on every level and it would still be really bad.
Yeah, I'm just going Sage. She lost a res though. But she still had 8 res as Sage. That was my early promote of this game, because normally I don't like doing early promotes unless it's like paying to level them up to 20. You know?
Right. Although, let's say usually staff's hard enough that shouldn't be a problem for her.
Yeah.
The infantry here so that I can move up the medium tank.
Come on, Rickon. Magic lock defense res, I'll take it. Oh, there's a second seal. I might try using that at some point, because I do want to experiment with reclassing in this run.
Hey, Knight. Bash is probably like, what's a clean HQ capture when you can have explosions? Yeah. I mean, she also did spend like that one entire map toying with Olaf, so I guess she probably really doesn't actually care.
Yeah, she toyed with calling like 2 maps in the game. His first map and have you done 2-week test yet?
Yeah, that was the last one I did before quitting.
Yeah, that's the other map she toys with Colin, so.
She's almost
Yeah, I
not
did
even
that
toying
map.
with him there, because she's like disappointed that it's him.
Yeah. I've been doing the maps out of order, mainly because T-minus 15 walled me, like I said last night.
Sorry, because of Team... Which?
That's the missile map.
Oh, and you
The
just
one
didn't
we
feel
have
like...
capture 8.
You didn't feel like
Towns
replaying
around
it? Because you routed that map, right?
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't end the map, remember?
Right, but... Like, it would have... If you were able to figure out how to route the map, then it would have been a lot easier to just go back
I
and
just lost
recap.
motivation to do it after routing the map.
That's fair enough, I guess.
So I'll take a crack at it again some other time. Oh, I got another feed blade. Or leaps blade, as it is in this game. I'll give that to Gregor real fast.
2-week test on GBA had a silly cheese where you could just win by passing every turn doing nothing. Where the remake fixed that. The AI would just park a tank on the player HQ and never move it for a capture. That's funny.
That is amazing.
I know the Lash was continuously body blocking herself because she was trying to protect a capture on the one city just south of my base. So she never ever actually pushed into my base because she was just constantly body blocking herself by trying to protect the capture on that city, which is in range of 2 artilleries, so she never finished capturing that city.
Nice. You love to see it.
Yep. And things are going alright, Knight. We're doing Fog of War, everyone's favorite. You still working on those magic decks?
Ooh, Cordelia got just the speed level. Not even HP.
Since the loss condition is HQ capture, if you reach 0 units, if you're already at 0, you can only lose by HQ capture. That's an interesting exploit. Hey, Ether.
They fixed that by giving you pre-deployed at that mission, I guess. Because that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
At the very least, in PvP, it plays by the same rules. Oh! Remember I mentioned I didn't have an honor shop? Well, now I do.
Very nice.
Arm school and physics. Well, that was eventful. Now let's play a Castle Courtyard. Chapter 9. It's only in the remake, to my knowledge. Special dialogue raising CO powers.
Please hold your applause to the end.
Nice, spin the ground one.
If anyone, it'd probably be Sammy or... if anyone. Maybe Sonya, but I don't think Sonya is much of a gremlin. War crimes! Yay!
Colin seems a little too straight-laced. Like, usually... I guess the definition of a gremlin at least seems to be that, they're like short, feisty, and a bit mischievous.
I feel like Sammy would probably be the most fitting there.
I don't know if she's short enough for that, though.
She's not. And then there's...
Okay, so they can still shoot us in the woods if they have vision.
Let me store that rescue staff I got. I'm gonna start working on Lesa's tongue ring. I can't. All the tongues are being used and I've got to buy some. Oh, this map. Well, trying to see if Libra or Farja dies. Or both. I'm gonna reset if one dies now.
Rockets take forever to sneak up.
Oh, javelin to replace the javelin to see stop. Good. Skill luck. Strength, magic, speed, luck, res on Robin.
Guessing I'll probably try to cap the cities in the middle before going for my headquarters, though. So that potentially makes some free food if I can get an artillery over there. War crimes indeed. Yep, they are in fact going for my middle cities. Okay, it seems like the cannons go first, so if I'm spotted afterwards, then it doesn't matter.
Well, I just got Libra. Now just confront her before she suicides herself. Oh, that was a bad idea. Rescue staff!
That's what they're there for. Alright, well,
Magic, speed, defense, res.
Recon's definitely gonna get shot up here, but here's what it is.
Working got magic, skill, defense. Oh, there's the reinforcements. Just
guess he
barely
doesn't
outside
have
the
that.
range of the reinforcements.
Yeah, it's great swap BA still did so little damage despite the mountain now.
I forget, how do you recruit Farja again?
Just talk to her with Crom.
Gotcha.
They simplified most of the recruitments to talk with Crom.
That makes sense, given how cryptic some could be in older games prior to Awakening.
Yeah.
Cause like who loves stuff like Carla or was it Marty that required you to sleep him to get him?
Who?
In Frasier, the one that you basically are half required to sleep to get him.
Oh, Xavier, where you have to sweep all of his lieutenants?
Yeah. Because like that or Carla comes to mind as really stupid ones. Carla at least has the excuse of being hidden. But like Xavier is just why?
Yeah. That's true. Robin probably should have been a recruitment option as well.
Yeah. I agree. That's why I thought it was Robin talking to them.
Wait a second, are we in a blind?
Oh, that guy has a hand axe.
Oh, my recon is actually in a blind spot. So the cannon
He
couldn't
also has a
attack
hand
it.
axe.
That's kind of funny.
Well,
Yeah, needing to leave Douglas alive like that is definitely quite trolly.
Oh yeah, Douglas is is dumb. Funny enough, and then there's Astrum like that too, who I believe Douglas is meant to be a shout out to, you know. Atlas and George and FB3, so that's 12. You know.
Not surprise me.
Given nearly everything in FB6 was a reference to mystery, yeah. Ward doing what it does best, farming EXP. Oh, right, my man, he lived. There we go. Skill, luck, defense on bike. I would have preferred some strength, but what you gonna do? You know.
He gets it so readily that I don't think you'll have to worry too much about that.
Yeah. Well, here's what the ward staff is really used for. It's for making sure Tom can face Tank Barge and then recruit her.
Suppose that works.
Because he has only one res right now, so... If I walked up to her with that, he would just get obliterated.
She's usually not that strong. Is Crom just underleveled?
No, he's level 6, but he only had one res. Proc this whole game thus far. Like, he's got...
He should have enough hit points, so... They're just not that strong.
He has 23. He has 23. Either way, he dodged it, so it doesn't matter. But still, Ward made his survivability go up. Ward useful for anything other than EXP? Wow.
And pure waters are normally genuinely useful, so...
Yeah, pure waters are the useful one.
The ward lets you do it without using that unit's action, so...
Fair enough. But you can also use pure waters before battle in some games. At least if I recall.
I can't.
No, I'm thinking of tonics. Oops.
Yeah, I couldn't think of any game that would allow that.
Yeah, that would be broken if they allowed that. Tonics is basically the idea though, except on less broken standard.
You'd want to watch a tutor stream where I teach some Fire Emblem. I did have those guide streams like way back for Ludic Plus, although I guess it wasn't direct tutoring. But I've also done those videos with Coffee.
Well, at the very least, I know Fire Emblem, and just putting it into practice that's an issue. Because, like, I can do the right strats, I just have trouble putting it into practice, you know?
Fair enough.
Let's use up this javelin. Crit! Nice! Javelin broke.
Oh, my indirects are just stuck too far back to start clearing any of this crap out.
Grist? You're on the Grist chapter, Kirby? Also, hi.
Do you don't think pure water before a battle will be broken? Yeah, I guess it probably wouldn't change
Just a
too
bit.
much.
Oh.
Actually,
And there goes my rescue staff.
yeah, I guess there's not a ton of maps where using pure water on turn 1, or like before turn 1 and having it so you can use your action would be like a huge difference.
Fair enough.
But like, that's like a notable niche that the ward staff has, and then you're taking that away from it. Write yourself into nearly unwinnable places all the time. It makes for some exciting gameplay, but you feel like you win on turn wheel a lot. Yeah, I feel like that's generally how a lot of the player base plays. Since turn wheel's been
Or at
around
least a
long.
lot of the newer player base. Some of them play like the Free House's player base, I should say.
In general, I'd say now that it's been around for 3 games, like I've noticed that a lot of people just think nothing of just taking bad odds, and they can just rewind if it goes bad.
Yeah. It also depends on the design of the game, because it feels like every game designs around the turn wheel differently.
Do I think L plus
'Cause, like,
Awakening is still the most bullshit challenge mode? I mean, I don't think it's really bullshit. There's some places where it's rough around the edges, but like, it's...
Time to get my Anna.
But I would say it's definitely the hardest. There's not really anything that comes close. Okay, let's do
Wow!
this.
How fast is Naoi's support growth? She already got 2 C rings.
She has a fast growth with Gregor, so if you gotta see with Gregor, they're basically meant to build immediately.
Well, I got a fast one with her and Bite too.
Yeah.
Like after one map.
Okay, maybe he also has a fast growth with her. I usually don't pay too much attention to Vig, so... Like, he's an early game punching Vig, and then I bench him. So...
Fair enough. Oh, that hand axe needs to go.
It's tempting to go after that artillery there, but... Then I body block my medium tank from advancing, and that's not cool.
I had a 1-use hand axe and a 25-use hand axe. Funny. Meanwhile, javelins still remain one of the best 1-2 range weapons. Nothing comes close to GBA javelins. No.
I don't know, I'd argue one of the most broken 1-2 rangers is Radiant Dawn hand axes. For some reason...
Okay, I'll give you that, but I'm talking javelins specifically.
Oh. Out of all the javelins,
I
yeah,
think GBA has it the best for that.
GBA might be the best, yeah.
They're just so reliable, especially in FE6.
First 5 chapters can theoretically generate unwinnable maps. I don't think unwinnable, but there are ones where the combination does probably put you in a place where you can't guarantee a sequence that will get you the win. Like, if it generates the worst enemies, or like worst combinations for every enemy on the map, then you're probably gonna have to rely on a little bit of RNG to get around it, but... We're talking like probably the 1 in a billion combination setup. You still don't know if every chapter 2 is beatable? I mean, every chapter 2 is technically beatable, but there's some setups where if you don't play perfectly, you're gonna end up in a situation where you have to roll the dice to get out of the corner. You love gambling.
I love gambling. Let's go gambling.
Well, let me introduce you to a funny horse racing game.
I mean, to be fair, I'm very invigorated to sport. No, don't do that.
I like cannon. Bye-bye second cannon. Capitalism ho! Actually, on the topic of that, that's Resetta's a character I thought about adding as a gremlin, but I was like, wasn't quite sure what to do with her interface, so I just kind of ended up forgetting about the idea until.
To be fair, as far as gremlins are concerned, I feel like we got an easier one with Memori. for games you played because like most of her stuff can come from heroes except for the actual interface. You know.
Yeah, well, the interface plus like what to, I guess what to theme the currency around.
Yeah,
it's starting to get a little.
say,
It's getting a little crowded on the Fire Emblem side.
fair enough. And Memory is technically Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
But also
Well,
technically
it's got the
SMT,
Fire.
so.
It's got the Fire Emblem theming, so it's like a lot of the jokes would be kind of the same.
Yeah. It's also technically SMT too, to be fair.
Right, but I'm not familiar enough with SMT jokes to do something off the top of my head for that.
Fair enough.
Okay, so that's a blind spot, so we can just sit here and blow this thing up.
Magic Luck defense res on Muriel.
You get Genji Resetto and Gyate. Well, I mean, the main thing would be, what do I do with the currency? Because it's somewhat easy to get the pictures, and then I just have to take the time to cut it out, but,
The currency's the issue, yeah. I think a good gremlin would be. Have you considered Nanami from Suikoden 2?
No, I guess I didn't really consider her. She might be a little tall, but she's definitely got the energy.
Yeah, definitely got the energy.
I did used to have an animated GIF for her before I replaced
Is
her
it the
with...
one of her choking Rio?
No, it was of her eating during the Unite combo before I replaced it with Ochette.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember. My friend, when he first played Suikoden 2, he had that picture of her just choking him as a gif on the side for the whole stream until her plotline scene happened, you know?
Right, she does have a lot of custom animations.
Yeah. I'm not saying what that plotline scene is for anyone that hasn't played that game, because go play it. You know.
Ugh, so annoying. Grind tactics.
I love that game so much.
It's a good one. No,
Perfect
she's gonna have to get rid of us with the superpower she's gonna use on the unit she can't see.
I got a near perfect level on Robin, plus 2 HP, and everything but res.
Right, plus
And I
2
say,
HP.
holy crap. Yeah, plus 2 HP.
Are you in HP boon, Robin?
Yes.
Okay.
I did whatever was the default, which is HP plus HP minus luck.
Because usually most characters don't end up with 100% plus growth, so that's I was a little surprised.
Yeah. It was what was immediately said when I started out the game, and I didn't put much effort into my build because I'm playing normal, you know?
There. I guess we can technically just open fire over here, because there's not a fourth cannon covering the left side.
Oh! Increase the counter! Crom died.
Rip Crom. I guess next turn's probably a good turn to use Snipe Attack, because then I can get that
Now I have to
medium
open
tank
up
out of the way.
OBS to increase the counter there, because I'm keeping track of it on OBS since I was streaming earlier today. Game over is free. The first one was also off stream because I started this while off stream. Let's try this again. Inventory.
Lash is just so passive. The dialogue would have us believe that she's getting real angry here, but she's not even trying to find us.
You can't hide. Snipe attack.
HP strength on Cordelia this time, not as good as their last level. I need to give an Iron Lance to Sumia at this point. She's at Sea Lances, but she's still rocking the bronze for some reason.
Well, sometimes you just need the hit rate.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't get a perfect level this time, but it was still a damn good level. So that's something at least. Let's pair up Crom so he doesn't immediately blow up this time.
What was it that ended up killing him?
It was a crit that I didn't see.
Oh, did he get attacked by the killer bow archer?
No, I'm on Paralog 4 now.
Oh. Right.
He just got attacked by a killing edge, though. Lissa got magic, skill, speed, luck, defense. Same level as last time, actually, surprisingly. Oh, I should have brought Gaius. Forgot there were chests on this map.
If you recruit Anna, she can open them for you.
Right. Because Trickster has lock touch as well.
Yep.
Well, I recruited her now.
Now it's time to dunk on Lash a little bit for being so arrogant. Surprise!
I pressed door instead of chest. Oops.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a somewhat common mistake.
Yeah, it's first in the slot list, so I didn't expect it to be before chest. Out of rescue staves. So I'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's an arm scroll.
What the heck? They made it through! That shouldn't be possible! I can't be defeated here! Lash, you did almost literally nothing. You didn't even move your units. I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah.
Remember this day, Lash? This is where you learn what it means to make Blue Moon your enemy. Oh, I'll remember. I'll remember to smoosh you into the ground.
Doodles.
Next time we meet, the results will be different. My, oh my. Glad to see the end of that.
Yeah.
That was great, Commander Grip. Well done, Grit! After today, I can see the day of our ultimate victory approaching. All we need to do is march out to meet it.
Hope they don't come any tougher than that.
Well, the arm skull guy got away.
What do you mean tougher than that, Grit? She did nothing. Yeah, it can be tough to catch that thief. If you're not heading for the top right chests right away.
Yeah, speed, luck, defense on bike, and strength.
But I guess Anna provided you with one, so you didn't even have to worry about getting the one on the bear log.
Yeah. Because I got the one earlier, so I don't need this one, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of the time, you basically just need arm scrolls to get out of, like, E-rank hell with Lance or Axe
Yeah,
users.
pretty much. They're not as useful as they are in Arcanea.
Well, I mean, depending, too. The Arcanine ones are sometimes useful, but often... Usually, unless you're doing a horseman, they've usually more than built up the skills of their weapons if they're a primary carry.
Yeah. I just remember arm scrolls being particularly useful in the Arcanea remakes.
Trying to think, I don't think I really usually use them in FE11. Sometimes for endgame, just because they're sitting there and I want to do something goofy. The new
I've used them in FE12 a bunch, I mean.
Yeah, new mystery, I guess. Well, like I said, it's usually for building a horseman if you're converting someone who's being, say, a Draco or a hero all game.
I got a superior axe. I didn't even know that was a weapon in this game.
Final battle is at hand. Destroy the factory pipe.
Seriously?
Guess already. When did they get to the factory? Uh-oh. We're in trouble, aren't we?
You're a reckless little thing, aren't you?
Hope you've got an explanation about this for Hawk. You, Flack, what's going through that square head of yours? That factory is way too close to those silos. What happens if it gets hit with a missile? No, I haven't thought of that.
Breaker got strength and defense.
Well, those missiles wouldn't even scratch my lash armor. And, well, that pipe seam is totally wrapped in the stuff. Let's open my factory and make with the misery. I wouldn't worry, Hatter. Seems like Lash has a plan. Well, someone has to have one, Flack.
Yeah.
I can deploy any unit I want, right? This is gonna be wicked. I wonder if those two will be able to handle this. Says it says the man who threw away like 2 entire columns of medium tanks against Grit.
Yeah.
Grit! Are we ready? Grit!
No problem.
Yes, sir, boss! Ready when you are! Sorry to interrupt. Commander Olaf, the Commander-in-Chief of Orange Star is approaching.
Yes.
Orange Star? Show her in. It's been a while, Olaf. No. What brings you here uninvited? I did not request reinforcements. Nah, you didn't, but I sure did. Grit, why you no good? Are you familiar with the concept of chain of command? Commander Olaf, Commander Grit only did what he thought best for Blue Moon, sir. I know, boy, I know. Now shush, the grown-ups are talking. This is a vital strategic location, and more importantly, Blue Moon is our valuable ally. Orange Star offers its aid.
That is a stark contrast to the first game where they were enemies.
Well, of course, but everyone came together because Sturm pissed them all off.
Fair enough.
Seeing as though this is our territory, I'm of a mind to send you packing. However, we are a bit short-handed, so I'll accept your offer.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting, Commander Olaf. The troops are ready when you are, sir. Very well. Let's not fall behind. Advance on all fronts. Brilliant work, Commander Grit. Seeing Blue Moon's danger and rallying our allies so quickly. Huh? Oh, that. Anything to keep from getting shot up, son.
I guess?
What? That was the reason? Really? I don't know, call it. It seems like not getting shot is a pretty good reason to get help.
Yeah.
Hey, Diley, winter is coming. It is. Commander Grit, wait up, sir! Oh, so we can choose anyone. Well, seeing as how this is... Oh, it's select two, so we probably choose one Blue Moon, one Orange Star, so I guess... Since this is like... a chapter's the story clearly themes or centers around Olaf, we'll run Olaf for Blue Moon.
Good!
And we'll grab good old Sammy for
Try to keep up.
Orange Star.
Alright, time to buy more javelins to feed my addiction, as Kirby would say.
Well, the secret to that is every Fire Emblem player is addicted to javelins and hand axes.
True. Well, I got Anna now.
Nice, nice. Black Hole dares to invade Blue Moon's hallowed soil. They will learn the price of such audacity. A fight in the woods. It should be a good opportunity for practice.
I'm at the don't speak her name map.
This is a lot of woods, so... I wonder if she's gonna get 3 air units here. Otherwise, it's gonna be very funny to see the ground units pop out and just get stuck in the woods turn after turn.
Yeah.
Okay, We could technically afford to do a mech and 2 infantry, but... What that's really just is gonna mean is that the mech's gonna take longer to get to any of this stuff, so I think we just do 3 infantry.
Doo-doo-doo.
No, for all of Nell's talk about this being a critical strategic point, she really didn't bring that many vehicles for Sammy to use.
I mean, to be fair, Andy came in with like 5 aerial units and an APC to keep him supplied.
Yeah, but all of that together is still worth like 5 times as much as what Orange Star brought to this battle.
Fair enough.
Because that bomber alone is worth almost as much as this entire battalion.
Yo, speed defense res. That's bulk. That was on long coup. And he got Vantage.
Factory maps are such a pain to 300 point. Imagine so. I mean, it's ambush reinforcements, so what do you expect?
What are you talking about?
Factory maps.
Gotcha. Yeah. They're basically ambush reinforcements.
Yeah, ambush reinforcements that don't cost the other side any money at that.
Yeah. Which is really surprising. But it's gameplay story integrations instead of taking it from the land. Like the resources, you know.
The score is based solely on the army that wins the map. Okay, but... So... I mean, I would assume it's a problem because it's so easy for the enemy to sandbag. But you're obviously talking about something else then. Also, it doesn't look like there's anything special about this pipe seam, even though Lash was talking about the stuff. I guess we'll find out if there's any tricks. If you have Max rush a bomber and win the map, you won't have any power. I see.
Yo, nice level, Fred. Strength, speed, luck, defense.
She can produce anything she wants. Produces a single mech. Bravo. More infantry spam.
Long coup survived via crit spam, because there were only 3 enemies he could possibly crit in. One of them attacked at range, and the other attacked Cordelia, so that only meant he survived the one that actually attacked him at melee range. I was worried about that for a bit, so... I really gotta start working on Lissa's tone rank. Might use my arm scroll on that.
We have enough for a tank. I'm kind of tempted to grab one, but I think we want another infantry here, so we might just do an infantry and artillery instead.
Oh. Well, unless Lissa dodges, she's probably dead. Well, retreating because, you know, casual, but
Right.
I still don't like it, you know. This is what I mean when I say I can play the games, but I have issues putting it into practice, you know. Because, like, some maps I'll just do perfectly fine and have no deaths. Others I just randomly do a weird thing like that, you know.
Well, it's easy to lose focus. There are a lot of things going on in a given game.
Yeah. Magic, skill, luck. Ooh, that was close. Well, Alyssa didn't die. She dodged. Just
Triple
dodged them
recon.
out. Just dodged them out. Go speed. There's the next ruffian I need to kill. The Seraph Robe one.
I guess we'll have to slide Sammy's tanks across to defend against the recons.
Use the concoction. Got the Pegasus Knights to improve their relationship. Nope, don't do that. Nice level.
Okay, they have lost interest in threatening my Olaf infantry. I could hit this formation with a missile right now. There are plenty of others still around in case she produces something bigger that I desperately want to deal damage to. So I think we're gonna use it.
No deaths thus far, and then all of a sudden Muriel got crit, so oops. Got the Master Seal. Oh, Mike got speed. Huh? Anna got a perfect level except for magic.
His speed growth is technically pretty good, it's just his speed base is really garbage.
That makes sense. Shouldn't have used the Salka's skill there.
left it alive with 1%. You love to see it.
Well, I didn't get the Sarah from. Couldn't kill the thief in time. Got every other thief though. Nice Luna proc.
We love ambush tanks.
Reinforcement spam is starting. Yo, Bike got magic. Ricky got strength. Okay, time to kill Mustafa. Oh, that's Libra, not Lissa. Turn 13. Yo, let's can one-shot Mustafa. One round, I mean. And she did. Go girl. Dancer get. What's in this?
Oh boy. Premium
I'll take
tank.
those. One of the random Robins on the map had a Selka's skill, so I needed that. Another superior 15 years.
This premium tank is very problematic.
I'm trying to do an all kids run just because I want to do every paralog, you know? Since I've been my first time playing the game in so long, I kind of want to do them all, you know?
Makes sense.
I got Spot Pass working on the emulator thanks to save editing. Well, I got Olivia now. I don't think I want to do chapter 11 just yet. I'll make a mid-battle save on turn 1 before I even do an action. Yeah, I got the spot test stuff working on emulator, so that was part of what tipped me over to just replay it, you know. Hello?
What?
Just wondering if you heard that.
Yeah, I said
I didn't hear anything, so that's why I said hello. That makes sense. Not sure if it's my internet acting up because that happened earlier today or what. Anyway. Uh, At the very least, it's funny because my first game over wasn't Crom, it was Robin dying. On the list of game overs randomly in this playthrough thus far, you know? So that was funny.
Well, Robin's usually exposed to more danger, so it's more likely than most people would assume.
It's more likely than most people would assume, but it was mainly due to me overextending that one time it happened. Like, I miscalculated enemy ranges and overextended. It was also partially a fat finger, if I recall, but either way it happened, you know.
Right.
So how goes the factory map?
Slowly. She got a free, like, turn 3 medium tank, so...
Oh, that sucks. At least it wasn't like a Neo tank.
Yeah, I suppose.
Which you saw how Neo tanks are basically the war tank, but actually good. Like they actually have movement.
I suppose I've mostly just seen them getting shot up by bombers and rockets though at this point.
Yeah. Well, like the fact they come with the machine gun as well allows them to just take down choppers as well if they get shot out by a chopper.
I don't know about that. I mean, if we're doing like maybe 10% to the battle copters I was hitting them with.
Yeah. That's because they can only hit it back with machine guns. Which is the only way they can do that. But it's still like more damage than most machine gun enabled units, you know?
Yeah, but it's low enough that it might as well not even be a factor.
Fair enough.
I don't think I can wait on getting a bomber or anything here. So we'd have to wait 3 more turns. So I think we're building a battlecopter.
So next week, one of my friends from a Fire Emblem server might be playing Advance Wars with me. Because they need an excuse to get back in the reboot camp, so we decided we just PvP each other. Everything with Advance Wars is dual strike, so they've done the challenge to not use dual. They've done the challenge to not use dual strike CO powers in hard difficulty. Because here's the thing. Since that game is balanced around using dual strike powers, it's basically like doing no rings, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They basically did the dual strike equivalent of no rings and engage. And it was tough, but they managed it somehow. Because normally hard mode in that game is actually easier, because you can just quite literally pair any 2 COs you want, regardless of affiliation or affection for each other. Which is really hilarious. This is compared to normal mode where they just choose the COs for you. You get the point, right?
I guess I haven't done anything with the mechanics, so I don't really have the context for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to, but basically they just ignored the mechanic on hard mode, which is made hard mode actually a challenge. Which is why they did that.
Let them try to go for this city. And jump their mech.
My back is hurting. I have lower back pain sometimes. It doesn't help when I sit down in chairs for very long periods of time.
Yeah, understandably.
So now I'm just pacing around my game room. So I've been on a buying spree for the rest of the Ace Combat games I don't own. Including multi-platform releases, since that's really only just Assault Horizon 7. So I bought like the Xbox versions of those two games on top of already owning the Sony versions. The PlayStation version of 7, I mean. But I bought, it started with PlayStation version of Assault Horizon. Then I quickly bought like basically the whole series at once. There's only
There's the
that
ambush
still-
Neo Tank.
There's only 4 games that still elude me, plus one update re-release of 1 hour I own. So yeah, I went on a huge buying spree this one.
Well, that's definitely annoying.
What's annoying?
The ambush Neo Tank.
Oh, I conjured that up, I guess. That is definitely annoying, yeah. Oh god! Uh-oh. I just saw a post on Reddit I'm not gonna mention just cause it's uh-oh.
Okay.
It revolves around a certain very infamous original Xbox and PS2 game. So I'm not gonna go much further on details than that.
Let the winds of
Meanwhile, I saw Nepo from Xenoblade as a Cars universe car. That one I will describe, just because it's weird and out there. Sorry. I did get my phone. Amogus.
I'm gonna start capturing this airport before that artillery gets closer. Although, I guess... Yeah, I can still get close enough to threaten it.
So I had an interesting thing happen recently, and my recent meeting today. One of my close online friends is going to be 4 hours away from me in next week, and we're probably going to meet up as a result.
That's cool.
Yeah. My parents will be back by Tuesday, so... And it'll be most likely Thursday or Friday, so depending on when the rainstorm is, I might not be able to make it, you know.
Alright.
Is what it is. I'm gonna have fun times with friends, honestly, let's be real. Might probably be too
Now it's
tired by
my
the time of 9 o'clock, you know.
Double time.
Alright.
Just thought I'd give you the heads up, you know.
Yep.
Wednesday is usual. If the Pokemon stream happens, this week it got canceled because of sick, you know. My co-host got sick. So we'll have to see if the Pokemon stream happens next week. It's been a couple weeks, because last week he was in Vegas for a business trip. He actually got to do stand-up comedy in front of the whole company, which all people were proud of him for that. I would get hella nervous doing that, you know?
It's good that those indirects can be tricked into overkill.
Nice. I need to re-download House of Dead 4 to my PS3, but PS3 download times are so long that I don't know if I want to. Even overnight, you know? Is that one thing the Xbox 360 has better over the PS3 is download times?
Why, does it have some kind of cap?
No, it's just that they were a lot longer on PS3 for hardware limitations, if I recall. Whereas the Xbox 360, due to internet being its main focus, PS3 had internet capabilities, but even though PSN was introduced on the PS3, they didn't really want it to be a major focus of the console. So, and it shows in the download times, you know? Because the 360, you could download a 1 gigabyte game in less than 10 minutes. On the PS3, it takes about 30 minutes to download and install a same game of that same size. Speaking from experience.
I think that's way faster than any of the internet out here would have been capable at release time. It's a little bit different now, but...
I mean, even now, like just yesterday, I was downloading a 4 gigabyte game, and it took literally an hour on the PS3. Just for the 360, I'd probably get that 4 gigabyte game in probably 20 minutes. That was one of the big selling points of 360's Xbox Live, was that it was just so much better made than the PlayStation Network was at the time.
But it would, at the time, it would have only been relevant to, like, large cities.
Yeah.
Because the internet here at the time would definitely have not even been capable of coming close to that cap.
Either way, it was clearly not well designed for internet on the PS3's case. It also should be telling that the 360 got cloud saves as early as 2011, surprisingly. Like very early cloud stuff.
Did we survive with internet that slow back then? Good question. Sarah is asking, how did we survive with internet that slow back then?
Yeah, I don't know, but I grew up with slow internet myself until like roughly midway through the 7th gen. But yeah, like... as I was saying, the PS3... Keep in mind...
I don't know if I could really call it that badly designed, though, just because, like, the majority of the customers they're probably serving would not have those major city capabilities. So if they're going for, like, average internet capabilities, Microsoft was probably overkill at the time.
I mean, even with average internet capabilities, even with that, the 360 still edged out the PS3 for that. That was a big complaint about PS3's download speeds, even back in the day, regardless of who you asked. Like, yeah, we can hit the cap now, and it's still, but it was just as egregious when we couldn't, you know. That was like the big But like the 360 got cloud saves in 2011 as a very early attempt at that. The PS3 didn't get them until post PS4. For another example of Sony not caring about PS3 internet. And even then, the cloud saves on PS3 are limited to 5 megabytes, as opposed to the ones on PS4, which are nearly unlimited, as long as you got PS Plus. You got roughly a gigabyte of data on the cloud for the PS3. Which, to be fair, save data on the PS3 isn't that big, or save data on any game, really. So a gig isn't really that much of a stretch to store all your saves on.
If it's particularly large, usually something has gone horribly wrong.
Yep. Cyberpunk 2077 figured it out the hard way when that first launched. Basically, if you crafting expanded the save file size back in when the game first launched. And if you crafted too much, it would exceed 15 gigabytes, which would break the game entirely. That was back when the game first launched and was in that disastrous launch state, you know?
How do they manage that? Like, how do they program their saves files to end up with that?
Oh no, that game in general was just a weird rush job they spent the whole half-decade trying to fix. Nowadays it's a good game, but it took so long to fix that by the time people gave it another shot, it was like, wow, this should have been what we were promised 5 years ago, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like they dropped the ball for sure.
Yeah. At the very least, they redeemed themselves by spending 5 years trying to fix the game and make it actually good. But that is a long time to spend fixing a game that was broken, you know?
Yeah.
Now people really love the game, but no one wants to forget the launch state for obvious reasons. Hopefully they learned their lesson, because that game is getting a sequel set in Chicago, actually. Because you see, Cyberpunk 2077 used the series' most known location from the tabletop, a fictional city known as Night City, which existed as far back as the original Cyberpunk 2013 in the 80s. It's like meant to be a fictional center of the wretched hive of scum and villainy, center of the US sort of deal, you know?
Right, that makes sense.
So like 2077 naturally had to use the most iconic location from the tabletop RPG as its setting. Now that that's said and done, they're expanding to other areas from the tabletop RPG lore, starting with Chicago, which is one of the other major players in the tabletop RPG for the US. In Europe, it's a different story, and surprisingly, despite being in a cyberpunk dystopian future, Africa is actually pretty well off in that universe.
Sounds a little strange.
Yeah. And then they colonize space, but those space colonies are also pretty well off. Just because they're so separated from the companies that make it corpse on Earth. Which makes sense for obvious reasons, you know.
Well, though, being isolated could easily make things worse.
Yeah. It can. But that's where the story right into DM's discretion is. You know.
Right.
Because at its core, Cyberpunk is a tabletop RPG series. Just that 2077 happens to be and Edge Runners happen to be multimedia set in the universe. You know. It's 2077 and which, at very least, the new tabletop RPG is made in conjunction with the games and the anime projects. Like, because they released a new version of the game when 2077 came out in order to be like a bridge between the classic era and the game and anime stuff, you know. Because it's not quite, it's set after 2020's end, story-wise and lore-wise, but well before 20 Edge Runners in 2076. So it's a bridge in the gap in the timeline, basically.
Oh, so annoying. Great tactics.
Of course, Techno knows that the new tabletop RPG Cyberpunk Red, the one I just mentioned, makes a whole faction of cat girls. Cat girl detectives, no less.
Alright.
They're called the Danger Gals. It's kind of funny, actually. Girls. It's because they bio-augmented themselves to become cat girls, because, what else you gotta do when you have bio-augmentation, I guess? You know?
Yeah, I suppose.
Cyberpunk cat girls. Anyway. So yeah, I might start downloading House of the Dead Overkill, because I bought a pack that included House of the Dead 3, 4, and Overkill on PSN. So like a whole trilogy of House of the Dead games. More or less, you know. So that... But Overkill is a full-on game, an update re-release of a Wii game, no less. So it's a lot bigger to download. Whereas 3 and 4 are just their arcade versions, you know. Although 4 does include the theme park attraction that was separate from the actual arcade game, so that's cool.
theme park attraction?
Yeah, there is a theme park attraction for House of the Dead 4 set after the events of the main game. For some reason.
Okay.
And they randomly included it in the re-release for PSN. Because originally the theme park attraction required you to press the time a button press on the theme park thing. But since that's just time a button press, you can see where this is going. You just press X. You know.
Yeah, I guess they'd have to keep it simple for sure.
Yeah. Originally, the theme park attraction was like, but because it's so short, they made it a post-game bonus. You have to beat the main game to get the theme park attraction. Which makes sense, you know. Just what Scarlet Dawn got a console port, same for Time Crisis 5. There's like both those are the 5th games in their series, and both of them didn't get a port to console. So Time Crisis 5 is especially weird, given, you know, its ties to 2. You really are gonna tell me you're making a sequel to the most beloved game in that series and not porting it to consoles? You know what I mean. And plus, both those games have been out for a while now. Time Crisis 5 is 2015 after all.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily just be too much of an expense when they would have to likely do extra peripherals.
I doubt they would need to, at least on PS4 and 5 and Switch. Because you got like the Joy-Cons for aiming, you got the light bar on the PS4 and 5 controllers, you know. That's how House of the Dead remakes got around it, basically. Although we don't talk about the second House of the Dead remake.
Yeah, I guess
Plus,
they could,
Time
but
Crisis-
historically, though, they have just done, like, peripherals, so I don't know if maybe they'd be too prideful to move away from it.
Well, to be fair, they ported some of the Time Crisis games to PS5 already. Emulated PS1 versions. Just use the PS5 controller as a replacement for the gun con.
Huh.
Plus, like, they already did a report of Time Crisis 4 for PS3 that included Firestorm Pirates and one other game I can't remember the name of. But included like a couple extra like games, but the point is it used PS Move instead of GunCon 3, because GunCon 3 was kind of a mistake. So few games support it compared to 1 and 2. So yeah, it's not like they couldn't do it for a Fall Let's version. It just chose not to, you know. House of Dead Scarlet Dawn at least has the excuse of the game released in America during COVID, So they probably didn't see much of a reason to port it to consoles when they barely were able to port it to arcades here, you know? You get the point, right? Like, if they were barely able to port it here in the first place, thanks to the pandemic, they probably didn't see much of a need to port the consoles. Which is fair.
It's already a niche product to begin with, so...
Yeah. Light gun games in general are very niche. Like, yeah, you have iconic ones like Duck Hunt or Time Crisis and House of the Dead, but at the same time, not very many people are playing them outside the arcades. Or again, Duck Hunt.
Yeah, which is... Arcades are a bit of a dying breed.
Yeah. Not so much in Japan, but definitely in America. Like, there's a reason why the only place you can play B-Money rhythm games is Round 1 arcades. Because they're the only chain in America where Konami sees worth in, you know. Bring them overseas. As in Japan, naturally, arcades never really died there. There's a reason why, to this day, every Yakuza game includes a bunch of arcade games from either Sega's history or even current Sega. Because they still make arcade, they still have a huge foothold in the arcade industry there, as does Konami and Bandai Namco. Funnily enough, in Yakuza 5, Bandai Namco licensed the Taiko no Tatsujin to a minigame in Yakuza 5. This is despite Bandai Namco's longtime history of being rivals with Sega in the arcade space, you know. So that's kind of interesting. Like a weird bury the hatchet moment. Because, like, especially in the 90s and 2000s, Sega arcade games and Namco arcade games were always at each other's throats. Similar to, and they only fueled their console wars with the PlayStations at the time in the 90s too. Since the Namco ones would be on PlayStation, but the Sega ones would obviously be on Sega.
I guess I never saw any of that around here.
It's like, yeah, like Daytona USA or Ridge Racer. Time Crisis or House of the Dead. You had Virtual Fighter or Tekken, that sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, I don't think the scene around here was that competitive.
Fair enough.
Kind of just took whatever I think the arcades in other cities were offloading, basically.
Fair enough. But That's why it's funny that Taiko no Tatsujin wasn't Yakuza. Because, again, long-time rivals in the arcade industry. I assume it had something to do with the fact that Sega didn't really have a rhythm game in arcades, let alone a modern rhythm game period, because their attempt at rhythm games literally was on the Dreamcast. With Space Channel 5, you know? So yeah, that's weird. That's probably part of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that the Dreamcast one existed until I saw someone playing it on Twitch.
Well, that's where the first two games were released on. You got updated versions on like the PS2 and stuff, but yeah, the original Space Channel 5 releases were on Dreamcast. And they never did a Space Channel 5 Part 3, to my knowledge.
This is kind of stalemating here.
That sucks.
She's getting too many free units.
Yeah, like... Do you think you got any CO powers to break the stalemate?
And I'm trying to save for Olaf's super, because it'll do the global 2 HP damage, but... Still... I mean, she's gonna get upwards of like 20,000 depending on the turn free units, so it only goes so far.
Yeah.
And all we can really do is fight back with mechs until I can pop out a bomber and hopefully sneak it around.
Gotcha. In any case, we know. Yeah. If you ever play Project Cross Zone 2, I don't recommend playing 1, by the way, because 1 is kind of bad. It's not even necessary to understand 2 either, because 1 is connected to Super Robot Wars canon, but 2 is just mostly a standalone game. Give or take some of the series represented, you know? But if you've ever played Project Cross Zone 2, I find it really... It's a really insane game.
I'm not sure I'd be too invested in it unless I played more games from that they cross over in it.
Fair enough. The main ones that you might be interested in are the Dot Attack series. And some of the Summon Night. And Mega Man Legends, maybe.
Man,
Like,
she really just
of
rammed that tank into my chopper.
Because like most of the games represented are like Most of the games represented are RPGs or fighting games, or beat 'em ups in the case of a few of them, like Streets of Rage and Yakuza. There are very few that aren't fighting / beat 'em up or RPGs, but the ones that aren't are like, you'll know when they are because
Fury
the
of
Space
nature.
Channel 5 randomly included, for instance.
Winter Fury!
Yeah, a lot of them are RPGs or fighting / beat 'em up games represented in that series.
Yeah.
Resident Evil is in there for a non-RPG or fighting game, I guess. I'm not sure how much you're into horror for playing that series, you know?
Not terribly. I have some, like, passing interest, but it's mostly in just watching other people play it.
Makes sense.
I played the original Silent Hill, but that's, like, as far as I went with most of that genre. I didn't even really
Makes
finish
sense.
it either. I started the playthrough with a friend, and I guess we kind of got distracted and never picked it up to finish.
Gotcha. The original Silent Hill is a classic for a reason.
Classically janky, too.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of any horror game before, like, late PS2 era, though.
I suppose, but like the rifle and shotgun combat in that game were something else.
Hey, at least it isn't the Resident Evil 1 with the tank controls, even when you have a DualShock. Because the game had 3 versions. The DualShock version was the 3rd, but that also has a very, very, very infamous theme, the basement theme.
Oh.
I listened to it and I laughed so hard I nearly died. 2 days in a row. So I'm gonna spare you it, but it's one of the most infamous composed songs ever in gaming. It's considered one of the worst songs ever composed in a major release game.
That's a hell of a feat.
Yeah. But it's only on the DualShock enabled version for RE1. The normal director's cut and original release don't have that song, thankfully. However,
on a
some
scale-
previous sold
On a scale of 1 to Concord, how would you rate the embarrassment of that song?
Concord.
Oh, wow.
Like
Impressive.
I said, I can't listen to it without laughing so hard I nearly die. Legitimately. And the comments on the upload on YouTube are jokes like, "We got actual zombies to compose it." That's how bad it is. You know.
That's, yeah, that's impressive, I guess.
The story behind it's even weirder. They outsourced it to a company that didn't know, but gave the company they outsourced it to the wrong midis for some reason. Like if you hear the song as it was supposed to be with the correct midis, it does sound legitimately tense and unnerving. But sadly, that's not the version we got in the final product.
So what? Did they just use the wrong sound font?
Yep, they gave the company outsourced it to the wrong sound fonts. And the company had to make it with the wrong sound font. Which is really hilarious.
Did no one during this process ask, do we maybe have the wrong thing?
Nope, apparently not. But this is also the same game that famously had its voice acting sound stilted because the voice actors in English were secluded from the rest of society for so long recording their lines that they just didn't realize how stilted they sounded.
How long was the
not
recording
joking,
session?
That's the story. That's the story of how this voice acting came to be. Is that they were secluded from, they were phoning in from like a secluded from society place or something like that. I can't remember the full story, but the voice actors have gone on record saying that they were away from other people for so long they didn't realize how stupid they sounded. It just sounded natural to them.
But like, my question is, how long was that session? Like, why did they have to be isolated?
Oh no.
What was the thinking even behind doing something like that?
Oh no. But like, it led to such gems like, you were almost a Jill sandwich. Yeah, you're right. Or, don't open that door. You get the point, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why when people talk bad voice acting in a PS1 or Saturn / Dreamcast games, Resident Evil 1 is usually on the top of the list. But so is Mega Man X4 / Mega Man 8. Also by the same company, no less. And yeah, Capcom's voice acting in that era was not good.
Metanet.
A good example of Mega Man 8's voice acting is Dr. Light's voice actor. Dr. Wally, we must confront the evil energy. But Mega Man himself gets a good one, where he pronounces the character named Bass as in a bass clef as Bass. Why must we fight, Bass? We are the enemies! It's so stupid. I mean, that era was certainly on something. But somehow the bad voice acting in Resident Evil 1 gives it a B-movie vibe. Which actually kind of heightens the horror in a sense, you know?
I guess I could see that.
So they lucked out with the bad voice acting there.
Figures, I guess.
Yeah. RE1 basement theme. However, remember I mentioned only the DualShock version of RE1 had the basement theme? What if I told you that was the version of RE1 they put on the PlayStation Classic Mini?
I guess they want their
All the
embarrassment to
versions
live
of the
on.
game, they had to choose the one with the worst theme.
I guess they just want their embarrassment to live on forever and ever.
God. They also chose Revelations Persona, which is a... Imagine if 4Kids handled an SMT localization. That's the best way to describe it. Because, for example, they make a character who's already called a monkey by one of the major characters black for no real reason, other than token minority. Then that's not getting into butchering all the religious and philosophical aspects of the series. You know, the thing SMT games are known for. Plus, they changed everyone's surnames to Americanized versions. Nanjo became Nate. Matsuo became Mark. You get the point, right?
Sure. Remember that I'm not familiar with most of Persona.
Fair enough. But yeah, it's like, and I'm not getting into removing the whole ending of the game, including side quests associated with that ending.
You just paid for one for 6 people, including 4 drinks and 2 appetizers and 6 entrees. That converted to $45 US.
Nice.
Sounds about right, I guess.
One of my favorite lines from the Persona 1 4Kids localization style was, "You are dangerous, so I must kill you because you're dangerous." The game was so heavily butchered it turned into an E for F1 rating. Think about that. Because the remake gave it a more proper M for mature rating. Think about how stupid the localization must have been at that point. Well, yeah, one of the demon negotiation options was dancing, to which there was flaw. This was the only thing from the original localization kept in the remake. Just one character danced crazy, whatever that means. That was literally the only part of the localization kept in the remake. Just because it was so stupid in an endearing way rather than just plain stupid. It's crazy. Just like, why? And that was the version ported on PS1 Classic again, once again. Rather, you know, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment or something, which had an actually good localization. It's just weird. PlayStation Classic Mini. That was such a rush job. Oh yeah, the PlayStation Classic was also so rushed out the door It has a failure rate on it. It has a time bomb integrated into it. It'll fail by
What?
2032.
Why is that? Is it like a poorly coded date bit or something?
No, they just purposely implanted it into it just so they could, just because, I guess.
Oh, so like a purposeful end of service type thing?
Yeah, for a retro, for a nostalgia grab to begin with.
That's... it's a choice.
It was definitely a choice. The games were mostly choices too, as I was talking about. Like, a lot of them were rare, but not the version. Some of the rare ones were games that you don't want to get. Some of them were games that you do want, but like Wild Arms 1 or like Wild Arms 2 and FF7 on there. But FF7 you can get on every console as is these days anyways. And then it was just a weird mini console. It also should be telling that people data mined a list of games they were considering for it. 30 of them, actually. A lot of them were games people would actually want to play on a PlayStation mini console. Stuff like Silent Hill 1, stuff like Time Crisis, stuff like Street Fighter games, or Tekken, or they had multiple RPGs in there. They had MGS1. You get the point. Like, a bunch of games they considered, but they didn't realize for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being fair there, deals fall through all the time.
Yeah.
So there was probably
Either way, it
some
was
contract or licensing snafus going on.
Probably. In a way, like, the games list they chose was weird. The only reason I grabbed it would be for Wild Arms 2, if anything, which is why I grabbed it. Two.
Let's play. Grind tactics.
But should be telling you it's the worst review of that mini console trend. Because you had like the two Genesis ones, you had the NES and SNES, and you had the TurboGrafx 16 even. But the PlayStation was the worst reviewed one, and that's one of the most beloved consoles of all time, so you get the point. Just weird.
She just hung her missiles out here to die. It's like, oh yes, I will run all the way out here to threaten these B-copters that surely can't reach me. I guess it'll take a lot less damage because of her superpower, but still.
I'm gonna be right back. Gonna grab a quick snack.
Alright.
Pop-Tarts. I got them Pop-Tarts for the snack.
Not sure if we'll get enough damage here, but we can. I guess we can technically position both B-Copters far enough in where even if they try to chip out one of them, the other one should still have health to deal damage to the pipe.
Almost time for me to do my Baileys. Got another hour before reset.
Right.
At least I think it might be 2, but if it's 2, I'm not gonna.
I think it's
Stay up
2
that long.
hours. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2 hours.
I can check. I'm checking right now. 1 hour. Says so on the daily. It says hours left 1. So that's probably closer to 2 hours because that hasn't changed to 58 minutes.
Yeah, because it would round up, since that's what Faye likes to do.
Yeah, that always throws me off. I'll probably be asleep by the time it changes then.
Alright, well, this is it. We've got the... She didn't build anything to block the choppers, so the choppers should be able to finish the pipe off.
That mission took a while.
Yeah, well, it turns out that she's getting 20,000 cash worth of free units every other turn. Yeah, it's gonna take a while when that income is twice as much as, or that output is twice as much as my actual income.
Yeah.
And that's before taking into account that she was building units too on top of that. The real enemy, capitalism, yep. I should have unleashed the Nepo Baby Trust Fund on her. Then we could have fought capitalism with capitalism. But I thought more story appropriate to bring out Olaf, so we did.
Reminds me of how Final Fantasy V, how broken Guild Toss can be. Because I use capitalism to destroy Neo-X, that sort of deal.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it usually is in Final Fantasy or Bravely. Where if you're willing to invest some money, it actually does a lot of damage.
Yeah, but FF5 Guild comes so easy that I might as well.
Suppose.
Games with Guild Toss, it depends.
Or actually, it's also definitely very worth, despite like cash being fairly valuable in Octopath, to use the Guild Toss equivalent.
I'd say it depends on how easy income is to get. Anything like 5 or 10 where money comes easy, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, money is quite valuable in Octo, but it does so much absurd damage that you simply win boss fights if you want to use it.
Fair enough. So, you're not playing Live Alive, right?
I don't know, I might eventually.
Gotcha.
It's one of those ones where I'd heard the name, put it on the list, and maybe one day, but who knows when.
Yeah, because like it technically connects to Octopath thanks to the Gotcha/0.
Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that, which that's I guess a curious callback. Give me a break! We lost again? Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Commander Lash!
Wait for us! Yes, a victory for our army! A victory for Blue Moon! Such a beautiful day! The emotions!
Commander Olaf! Wow. He even cries big.
More than anyone else I know, the boss lives for his country. Those, their tears of pure joy. Really? Commander Olaf is a truly great leader. Of course, you are as well, Commander Grit. Cut that out, Colin. I ain't used to anyone singing my praises.
Excellent.
That's the Death Knight.
The Death Knight? Is Grit the Death Knight?
No, Grit is voiced by Alm's voice actor, so if anything, he's gatekeeper.
Or are we calling Nepo Baby the Death Knight?
I think Nepo Baby would definitely be the Death Knight in this case.
Colin's right. In fact, you're both great commanders. You're the mold from which great COs are made. You're the children of Blue Moon. You're my children. Your children? You trying to scare little Colin here half to death?
Howdy there.
Howdy, Sammy. Listen. I want to thank you all for being so neighborly and helping us out. This war's gonna drag on a bit, so we'll return the favor someday soon. Well, about time I hit the dusty old trail. Commander Grit, play for me! Thanking others for their goodwill is nothing to be shy about. The ability to express gratitude is as beautiful as the aurora itself. Grit, Colin! It looks like peace has returned to Blue Moon.
Yeah.
Their COs get along well, don't they? They look like a happy family.
Wait a second.
Yeah, think so? They looked a bit dysfunctional to me. Look at Max, calling it how it is.
I mean, yeah, Grid was a turncoat for Morningstar.
Yeah, and that family happens to have a Nepo baby who bought his way in, I guess, or something. Blue Moon's safe and sound. Let's head home. You are my child now.
I hate to say it, but Ash isn't half bad.
Hold
at
off
this.
is Lily Garon, I guess.
Yes.
Wait, does that make Olaf the Death Knight in this scenario?
He's too jolly to be the Death Knight.
Fair enough.
I guess he could be like Winter Envoy Black Knight.
Fair enough.
Well, I guess that concludes Blue Moon, so onward to
Yellow
Funny,
Golden
yeah.
Comet.
funny Golden Comet stuff. Sure, let's start with Kanbei. What are the conditions of this terrain, Sonia? Wait! What's that there? Those are explosives! Sound the alarm! We are in danger!
Oh, Father.
Do calm down. They pose no threat to us. Those are the missile silos I had installed. With those in place, our country's defense network is practically perfect. Yes, I see. Well, attacking from afar may not be to my liking. It is at times unavoidable. Well, we await the enemy. Instruct me in the use of these silos.
Commander Kanbei.
Our forces have been ambushed. What? The enemy is here! There's no way we're under attack. Impossible. It can't be. My intel reported no enemy troops in this region.
No!
The silos are unguarded. The enemy is trying to take them. Do not worry, Sonia. I will go.
The enemy!
Wait, why did Sonia have missile silos installed and then not station troops there? What is
You should
wrong?
know better.
What is wrong with you? Is this the Kanbei genes showing themselves? But what if the enemy reaches them first? He'll be... I am the leader of this country. I shall not fail in my duty. Kanbei's forces, ride! Move out!
They just have to play the idiot ball, I guess.
The missiles can defend themselves.
They have to play the idiot ball, I guess. Set up conflict for no reason
Wait,
out of
Father.
idiocy.
Father, listen, the missile silos can only be operated by infantry or mech units. If your troops reach them first, you'll be able to launch a single missile. I understand. Do not fear, my loyal subjects. Kanbei rides with you.
At least we know Kanbei's still down from the first game.
Yes. But apparently, Sonia's not doing so well either.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Olaf got smarter somehow.
Yes, IS retrofitted his entire personality, I guess.
Yeah. That's the benefit of having two games on one card. They allow you to bridge the gap between the personalities better slightly. This is more jarring than the original, you know.
Right. I'm not sure if we're gonna actually outrun Flack here, because we more or less get there in the same amount of turns, although I can deploy a recon. A very expensive recon, but I guess we have one.
I mean, yeah, it's Kanbei's debuff.
Yeah. But it definitely makes intercepting this very annoying. Okay, well we're definitely not going to be able to stop him from taking the top ones then. At least we can get into the middle and prevent him from doing anything with those.
If Kanbei didn't have his debuff, how broken he would be.
Well, I mean, if it didn't cost anything more than... Like, what would be the limitation on him just having stronger units? He would just have stronger units.
Exactly, he'd be broken if he didn't have the limitation. That's why they cost more.
Oh, he's grabbing the seaport instead, so I guess he's not prioritizing the missiles, evidently.
Hey, Black grabbing the seaport? Good for him. So did you play today's story of Faye?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so stupid how they were teasing out for Chosen Surtur only to go back and do the most obvious option for a Moosefell Chosen.
Well, I mean, there's no way he would cooperate.
Yeah, but it would have been funny for Chosen Surtur to just fight us over and over.
I mean, the stories already have too much of a problem with setting things up and not having enough time to finish things. I don't think they could afford to do that.
Fair enough. At the very least, hopefully Ragnarok won't have that many of those issues because of it being split into 3 chunks, you know?
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Well, I mean, they're going to continue doing Tempest 12 pluses. Because I don't foresee them doing one for book 9 for obvious reasons, but I'm wondering if they'll do one for book 7 and 8. You know.
Don't know.
Just like Ragnarok's going on, what is safer, or what are we going to do with safer, or what's her name, Radtosker? And obviously Rune isn't getting the Tempest 12 plus because he's trying to kill everything right now. Shoutouts to how I got reminded of when Norder got Thanos snapped in a very poorly done CG. That was still one of the funniest things come out of this game was the Thanos snap. One person I saw today joked that he went to the Dr. Eggman school bullying your deity like super weapon, and I expected it to go well. Huh? The first DLC for Resident Evil 9 is already coming out.
I see.
It's called Leon Must Die Forever.
That's certainly a name.
Yeah. It's really just Leon with a woke eyes, like the red glowing eyes.
What?
Yeah, not joking. The thumbnail for the trailer shows Leon with a red glowing eye. That
Alright,
was
well-
woke just meant that, you know.
I mean, I'm not too up on what's going on, but it seems kind of random.
It is random.
Really? Over attacking
Also-
my artillery.
I saw a funny mod today for Fallout 4 that ports the entirety of Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind playable in game at the Fallout you start Fallout 4 in. So you can play the entirety of a different Bethesda game in a current Bethesda game, basically. That's impressive. How do people make these voodoo style mods? You know. People have too much time on their hands.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Alright, he has no more missiles left, so I guess we'll bring our own tank to bear here. Not quite. Well, we have rendered his tank useless.
I get going. I'm starting to wind down a bit.
Alright. Okay, sorry, you're gonna head off?
Yeah. Thanks for the
Hey.
chat as usual.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by and watching. Have a good sleep. Here's the juicy hit. Alright, this should stabilize a little more here, since you threw away all those tanks. If we place the tank in the artillery by the lander, he can't bring his own tank out. Although that does mean that we can't fire the artillery at it, but that's fine, we'll get it sorted out later. It's more or less neutralized with the artillery, so no matter what he does with it, it's not going to be too threatening. We could build a tank, but it's going to take like 3 turns to get here, so we might as well save up and produce stuff from these factories. Actually, I guess you can drop the tank over here, but if he does that, we can definitely win the fight against in a one-on-one because can be a tank. Okay, he did in fact do that. too late for him to stop us from taking that factory. Here we go, little recon. You'll love to see it. Now for this poor infantry to spend a million years walking over. Big bucks. Alright, well. I think it's time for a Kanbei medium tank. The enemy shall quake in fear. Especially since it's Flack, who can just simply roll 0 on his damage. The only annoying thing is it's gonna take a bit to actually get into the action. Do I make a second medium tank? We could do that, but I feel like we probably actually want to rocket so that we don't get bottlenecked with this bridge. Because, like, I could also build a transport, but it's a non-combat unit that costs basically almost as much, so... And it starts way further back. So I'm not too sold on actually building that. We're not so rich that we can buy a Kanbei battleship. So, rockets it is. I guess we'll just start doing regular tanks. I guess I might need to do a transport now, just so that the infantry don't end up getting in the way. We'll see. And my infantry destroy your infantry. You came to the wrong part of town. Get ya. 14,400 lander. That's so terrible, man. So if I buy that, I almost can't afford anything else aside from just doing like one infantry. No, I guess we gotta barely afford 2 infantry. Yeah, that seems a bit foolish. Let's just do more tanks. Because we know flat can't outscale us. Drives right up to the medium tank. And doesn't attack. Truly the biggest of brain plays. I think rather than spend a bajillion dollars on transport, I'll just use an APC. At least those are still like 6,000, which the price sucks, but fine, whatever. I'm not sure if it's worth attacking that. Cause like, what is he even carrying? Actually, he didn't even load the landers. You know what? I'd rather advance the rocket so that it's covering this factory. Because otherwise, attacking that transport is just an unnecessary distraction.
Rushing stuff's what. Blow.
Nice superpower with no one in range. Now the rockets and the artillery can each cover a factory. I guess we'll deploy one more tank. Chances are it won't even end up being useful, but we'll see.
Prepare yourself. Morale boost.
Time to chew them up. What the? Well, really did leave them at 1%, huh? Alright, go get a little recon! Look, recon value! We don't have to use the tank's turns for that guy. Yeah, this was definitely an extremely overkill amount of infantry and other stuff. But whatever. So we'll have a race. Do we end up killing that transport first or capping the HQ first? It doesn't really have too many places to run. Actually, it can't get out of range of the rockets without being in range of my other stuff. Actually, I guess it can hide over here, but the medium tank can still reach it. Actually... No, never mind. No matter where it goes, it'll be in range of one of my rockets. Rip transport. Oh. Okay. I guess it could go into sort of melee-ish range. It's successfully sandbagging for a bit longer. We should just use the medium tank here. We just straight up one-shot them. My seaport. Alright, well, it's gonna make a sandbag here, apparently. I guess we don't one-shot them now for some reason. Well, whatever. Get them with the indirects. And our damage output ends up going up against them when they get injured, which is interesting. Wow, we haven't been... Well, I guess we built the artillery. I could have built the sub if I hadn't built the artillery. Punished for my greed. I mean, either way, it would still take long enough that we might as well finish by capturing the headquarters. Because what would happen is I could have built the sub and then the transport would have ran away anyway. So instead, we will just farm his mechs. Take that. Guess I've been outwitted. Nobody's allowed to be smarter than me at battle stuff. It must have been a fluke. Well, whatever. I'm out of here.
Oh.
Father, you could capture the enemy HQ? Guess you didn't really need any silos after all. Perhaps I was overprepared.
Ah.
No, Sonia. Those silos made the difference between victory and defeat today.
Father. I do like that we apparently got different dialogue for doing the capture.
Onward! The next challenge is to overcome rests just beyond the horizon.
Raise your voices in victory!
I wonder if it'll finally stop adding coins when it caps out. It's kind of like that animation in Shadows of Valentia where you pick up a coin first and you have to watch the numbers scroll. I'm starting to get sick of it. The enemy stronghold looms ahead. How will Sonia capture it? Are you sure the enemy is here?
Mm-hmm.
Affirmative. They should be somewhere. My reports say that.
Daughter!
The reports say eek. Those are not very specific reports. You're gonna have to get better scouts, Sonia. Sonia, are you alright?
Ouch!
Blood! Sonia, you are bleeding! We must hurry! To the infirmary! Prepare a transfusion at once!
Sir?
No.
Father, please stop overreacting. I only fell and scraped my knee.
But I am worried! If anything ever happened to you, I don't know what I would do. I think it best that you ride in the rear of our convoy today. It'll be much safer for you there.
Father.
I'm a Gold Comet CL. I'm perfectly capable of handling this responsibility. Look, I can prove it to you.
Sonia.
But, Sonia,
Wait, Father, look at that!
That's...
It's an enormous enemy stronghold. That wasn't there the other day.
How dare they build that monstrosity on our sacred soil? It is time to cleanse the rust from my blade.
That's right.
Patience, Father. First, we need to reconnoiter.
But,
Intel is the most important part of combat. Rushing blindly to war just increases your casualties. Leave this to me.
I forbid it! It is simply too dangerous!
Kanbei, I think you should let her go.
Sensei.
I don't...
Yeah.
Sonia is the respected CEO of the Gold Comet Army. Believe in your daughter, Kanbei. It's the right thing to do.
Sonia.
Are you truly ready for this?
100%. I'm your daughter, aren't I? I'll prove I'm worthy of command. That giant fortress. How should we go about handling that thing? The answer was obvious. Looks like I just have to break those 8 cannons protecting it.
Ah, yes. Simply destroy 8 cannons. Easy.
If I can do that, the fortress will be powerless, and I'll win. Either that, or capture their HQ. Well, looks like this terrain has our friends in quite the quandary. Not that it matters. Every option available leads them to failure. CEO Adder of the Black Hole Army, I presume. I should have known Black Hole was behind this. Listen up! This fortress was built on the immense strength of the Black Hole Nation. It'll never fall to the likes of Gold Comet. Never. Do you hear me? Once I've taken care of things here, I must destroy this map. It wouldn't do to have these fools showing up at our hidden lab. Now then, let's see what skills this foe possesses.
Ah, these are... much smaller than the ones that, we saw in Blue Moon. And I guess we need to figure out which of these cities has the map. You really dislike this level? I mean, it's Fog of War, right? That just makes it inherently dislikable. Oh yeah, I should see. So, what do we have now for our super? Counter Break. Sonia's units gain 10 defense, plus 1 vision range, and can see into woods and reefs, so counterattacks are not weakened by the damage they take when attacked. Interesting. It's kind of annoying that it's only counterattacks, but... I guess it allows us to have Adder initiate onto us and still do full counter damage. Still less than ideal, though.
Well, they inherently counterattack with 150% firepower too, but may randomly strike with -10 to firepower. Well, I guess at least it's not as bad as Flak. Dude, that is... I don't know why this green seems like extra radioactive. It's a little hard to look at. Genuinely looks that. I guess Sonya tried to take the skill boon luck flaw. So he's got pre-deployed C units. I'd love to see that. Actually, I should probably... well... maybe C would be good, but I think we needed artillery in case there's tanks working here. So I do hear a lot of vehicles moving. Some enemy recons. Unfortunately, we can't quite get the artillery far enough forward. Let's see. Yeah, the tank I just built will be able to reach. So there's at least that. Wow, they really did that so they could scuff the guy he's capturing. Chopper, huh? That's a lot of crap. Yeah, he's got a lot of pre-deployed units. That makes this kind of annoying. I guess it's time to return to good old mech spam. I guess we do need an anti-air because it's a chopper. Statue in every corner. Close your eyes because it won't be pretty, he said. Wow, okay. Apparently, we are just supposed to think he's ugly. Nice perfect scatting, although I guess it's distracting the tanks, which is somewhat important here. Otherwise, we would definitely be overrun. Or at least we'd be in a place where we're just spamming mechs for the next 5 turns. Which probably will still happen, but we won't be spamming it as hard, I suppose. Oh, that's just rude. A pre-deployed bomber? Really? Uma Machikane Tannhauser's Sei was just revealed to be part of the new Bang Dream Band? What? So they're doing a crossover. She's a middle schooler when everyone else in the band is in high school or university, so it's got people wondering what's up. Yeah, I mean, considering... Like, Tracen is basically high school, so why is it middle school? It's just a voice actor? Or wait. So it's a voice actor who's in middle school? Alright, I can tell this is gonna take a really long time, and we're at the 4-hour mark, so I'm gonna let ads run, go refill my water, and we'll see about sorting out this crazy amount of free-to-play adders got. For the characters, so yeah, what... That is a weird choice, considering Tracen is, like, very obviously high school. Alright, and we're back. Now to deal with this mess. Oh, not the Uma herself, the voice actor is voicing someone in the new band. Okay. guess that makes more sense. Well, this is something, alright. So I guess I left that recon out there or whatever. It was never gonna escape anyway. It was too surrounded. But I guess I probably should have just attacked something with it for the sake of it. At least we tricked that bomber into coming out. Okay, and that opens us up to attacking this. Well, there's the luck roll working against us there. Well, this has devolved into mech spam again. So what's the justification for a middle schooler to be in that band? Oh, there's still more tanks. I see, I see. That's what you're wondering about? Like, did they not release some kind of profile or whatever? Bio's probably not available yet. So, like, they announced the voice actress without actually putting up any kind of other information. You got the profile? All you know is that she's a rich kid with no hobbies? Ah, so she's like Bang Dream Colin. Simply nepotism your way in. Or a Nepo baby trust fund your way in. It is a proven strategy. Other characters have done the Nepo baby thing. But have they done the Nepo baby thing while also being a middle schooler? Because, like, that's the Colin situation here, where he's, like, literally called out as being a kid, but yet he's somehow a CO. And there's basically no explanation given for it aside from that he's rich. So it's like similar vibes I'm getting. Damn. The Sonya down rolls, man.
Delicious. Sidewinder.
Okay, so... Oh, I hear other stuff moving. Okay, there is in fact an enemy who could reach us with Sidewinder. But that recon, is that recon the only thing that could? Because it's kind of looking like it. Rich kid, first year high schooler, basically paid for her band to get massive marketing in big stadiums, all the way playing at Budokan very soon after they debut. Okay. But that's not the same situation as Colin, who is, again, called out as a literal kid. By the other COs, and then they just drop it and never talk about it again because he's rich, I guess. For context, the Budokan is a famous venue that, while not the biggest, it does have the biggest prestige. It's considered that an artist has made it if they have a concert there. Okay. Makes sense to me. So that's like the straight bribing your way to victory trope. But when I compare Colin to the new character, like Colin is literally, like, very much does not belong at the head of an army. Kid looks like he's what, like 10, 12? He should not be commanding an army. Well, Sim, you could try talking about Advance Wars. New character is probably going to just be part of a for fun band, not professional, so money will probably be a backstory thing. Possibly. But it could be the explanation for why she's there when she shouldn't be. Simply brought the administration. Now my mechs can even reach anything. It's like I could use her superpower here, but it would be basically doing nothing for us aside from buffing the one tank. Man, why is Sonya terrible? Oh, they all go to different schools. Okay. Did she bribe the rest of the band to let her play when she's clearly underage? Does anyone not mention Budokan at all? Not that I can think of, but like, I don't have the correct umas for that. Like, despite the idol thing, if that were to come up anywhere, I would expect it to come up with like Smart Falcon or maybe Daitaku Helios. Yeah, the standard Umo Idol stuff takes place at concert stands that are like built into the racetrack. The anime makes it like extra crazy because the racetrack like converts into a concert stage. But yeah, as far as those who might have like outside inspirations, I don't have Smart Vulcan or Daitaku Helios, which are the ones I would expect to maybe mention outside venues like that. Oh yeah, well, Ogre's first one in Cinderella Grey is out in the boonies. So obviously, like, that doesn't happen for hers, but like, consider the first season of the first anime with Special Week going to the I can't remember which track it is, but it's like a famous one where she watched a G1 or something, or I don't know if it was a G1, but it was at least a graded race, and like, that track converted into a concert like then and there. So it's like, for all the like actually funded tracing related tracks, it's like that. But like, Cinderella Grey, that first concert is Ogre out in the countryside. It's regionals. No one cares about regionals, what they're trying to get across there. Particularly since, like, there's kind of like a line too where their teacher at the start is like, someone asks about the Twinkle series and he's like, oh, yeah, that's national, you don't have to worry about that, or you'll never have to worry about that. And it's like, those little details too are a big part of why, like, Cinderella Grey in particular, because they put effort into portraying the ambient attitude around the tracks where Ogre gets her start. Like how the opening scene is basically Joe. He's basically bored with all the runners there because it seems like even he doesn't believe there's anyone worth training out in the regional area. So he's like practically falling asleep in the stands at the regional tryouts. Man, just how much crap does he have? This is the 5th tank I've encountered. Alright, I think I'm gonna use this now. Because we got all our mechs up here, so if he tries to come after us, our mech line will be able to counterattack strongly. At least hopefully. He could have a bunch of air units and then we just cry with sad, but you know. Oh boy. Did I mention that playing Sonya kind of feels like misery? And her bonus is also legitimately only minus 10. So imagine someone picking flak to, I don't know, what, just actively throw? What are we buying here? Because we're eventually gonna have to actually deal with these mini cannons. I guess mechs can still get in on it because of the woods here. So maybe we're just continuing to spam mechs? That recon just sat there and didn't actually want to fight us. Okay. Well, I will be happy to take that city off of your hands. Whoa, we didn't low roll. That's crazy. He's there to recon, he's not paid to move. So you're saying he's not paid to live? Grim. there anything that would actually help make this less annoying? I guess we could buy rockets from this base and place it in the woods here. Like, that would take so long. However, I guess there's not really any forests to allow the approach. Although there's a lot of blind spots here. I guess on the other hand, they have 99 health. It's probably gonna take a lot of work for the mechs to kill these. So yeah, maybe we save to get our rockets in here to speed things along. And we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so... we can still afford the rockets if we buy one mech. How many landers are there? What? I want to take the seaport, but all they're doing is like blocking this eternally. Which I guess fair enough if they're just trying to sandbag. Yeah, it might be better to just ignore the seaports at this point. You know, I guess technically, since he never captured either of these factories, he doesn't have a way of producing units. Oh ho ho. See that AA. Just 2 vision. So we can safely scoot this one up too. See if we can sneak something around up here. Because there is a bunch of blind spots for these mechs to get in. Around these mini cannons. It'll be a question of if there's anything else guarding the cannons. Because if there's an AA station at every corner, well, I guess the mechs are screwed. Wonder if there are Umas that care more about the idle side of being an Uma. I mean, smart Vulcan. Like, her whole thing is about being the Uma doll. Alright, well, there are rockets. Nice of the computer to just, like, perfectly scout us. Again. Okay, well, that is a battleship. That is annoying. What else can we do here? That battleship's gonna become a bit of a pain. She can attack at 2 range, so I probably shouldn't have left the artillery there. I still don't really know which of these places is gonna have the map either. So that's always fantastic. Oh boy, there's rockets over there too, huh? Well, the battleship actually ran away. That's surprising. What a mess here. What should these guys do? We do 13% damage with the mechs. That is fantastic. I am glad I bought that rockets, because we're gonna need it. Probably should start deploying more rockets and getting them into the brush here. I guess it definitely looks like they can hit regardless of if their other units have vision out here, which makes that extra annoying.
A battle with me is a greater honor than you deserve! Sidewinder!
Okay, is there anything that actually can reach us here? So it definitely doesn't seem like it. Okay, well that does not appear to be the one with the map. I see. Well, that's annoying.
I guess we should be attacking the top one here. Maybe we save for a battleship. Because I don't see how our damage is gonna shape up from using ground troops here. I think since they ignore the vision thing for the mini cannons, like our rockets are still gonna get hit unless we can sneak them into the woods. So trying to backdoor them there definitely did not work. Alright, that's one cannon down. So I guess not having control of the top seaport here is gonna make things annoying, because we won't be able to build battleships there. And then they'll probably try to stop us from capturing this.
Guess we ended up aggroing these two. Oh wait. I guess we outranged these. For some reason I thought it was 5 range, but... Okay. So we can do that. We might need one more AA here. I guess we'll build a mech here. Well, they're not terribly effective against what's being spammed in this south section.
I see right through your enhanced vision.
The battleship moved up over there, but that doesn't help it threaten us when we're taking the seaport. That's funny.
regular tanks don't even do much either. Yeah, the Sonya luck roll. Alright, I suppose... we might need an APC here, because the rockets are all going to be attacking from areas that won't refuel them. The question is it going to be faster to save for more battleships? Or do we build more rockets, which will have horrible, horrible move across the woods and plains? Because neither are particularly appetizing. I guess the rockets are at least cheaper. Alternatively, I could buy medium tank. It'll probably at least do like 30 to 40 damage to these. Yeah, maybe we go in with our own medium tank. Yeah, we got the seaports, so no more of that garbage where he's constantly building subs or whatever.
We still haven't figured out which of these has the map. Hopefully it's not like the ones back by the HQ. That'll be kind of annoying. We could always leave like this top mini cannon alive or whatever while we search out the other stuff. Well, apparently he saw the flight unit left over there. Emphasis on had. Artillery. Guess that's fine. Shoot it up a bit here so it deals less damage. And there's basically nothing we can buy here yet that will actually be able to stand up to what, the 3 subs he has hanging out. Although I guess we can name this one. Wait, that artillery didn't... Huh. I guess these mini cannons must not provide vision? The medium tanks definitely do a lot more here. 55, kinda high. Alright, I guess it took forever when we got these mechs to actually be able to do their job. I could build a sub here. But it's just probably gonna immediately die as a problem. But you know what? Let's do it. Let's disrespect the enemy. Let's jump in, start capturing to overwhelm them. They can't attack everything, so what are they gonna actually attack?
Sidewinder!
Alright, they actually took the bait and started firing on the capturing Max. Yeah, we found a chopper. That's its vision 3. So we can go here and it shouldn't see us. Maybe we have to actually capture the HQ, because, like, I guess unless we have to capture these, it seems like they don't have the plans. Alright, there are rockets somewhere. Wow, there are a few copies left. Alright, so we got attacked here, so it's either out sitting out in the open or hidden here. Alright, I guess it's sitting out in the open, shockingly. Or actually, it might be up here. Alright, well, yeah, increasingly looking like it's gonna be the cities around the headquarters instead of whatever's going on here. Alright, that takes care of that. Okay, found it. Alright, well, I guess we'll start making our way north then. Another chopper. Going for the headquarters is definitely something that would be very involved if we want to try to actively backdoor them. I think that's his last sub. Wish I brought another APC. So we'll have to have it come back and pick up another mech here, otherwise we're gonna take forever capturing all that stuff with just one mech.
Sidewinder!
Alright, so is he just gonna ram into us with... Oh, there's apparently a rocket over there. All that so he could ram a transport into my sub? I guess truly his genius cannot be understood.
Commander.
Oh, okay, it was this one. We procured this upon capturing a nearby city. Ah, it's a map. That map spells out the location of a hidden lab. It really pays to have such a careless foe, doesn't it? This is no doubt where they're developing those new weapons our intel has heard rumblings about. Soldier, please deliver this to my father. He will surely send reinforcements.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll deliver this intel to Commander Kanbei immediately. Now, I just have to do something about this mess. Well, I guess in this case we'll just go for the HQ capture after. Because we are... Like, we could go for the cannon, but, like... At this point, we might as well do the HQ capture for the funnies. But it'll take about as long anyway. So we need to attack both of these cannons twice. I should be able to repair and use captured cannons myself. But... It would be funny, but what would I even be able to do with them? Because they're pointing the wrong direction, aside from, I guess, if we wanted to bully these transports. Which we're doing fine with the rockets. Just out of curiosity. I can't imagine this is one of those ones where you just randomly have an alt win for routing the enemy. The mini cannons probably count as units anyway. Yep, definitely no early end. Alright, well, your HQ is mine. What? It can't be. Our beautiful fortress! We were unlucky, nothing more! So, for now, we must retreat. Phew, we won! Sonia!
Hey!
Father, did you observe the battle? I did! Those were bold tactics you employed, daughter! Not unlike your old man. I was mistaken earlier. You are the perfect CO for this fight. Father. However, the war will only become more difficult from here. I understand now that I cannot shield you from the violence and dangers of this world. So, I ask that you never let your guard down. Stay vigilant, act swiftly, and never forget the value of life itself. Do you understand, Sonia?
Of course.
Yes, sir, I do.
Perfect planning wins the day.
That was still 90 speed, huh? We totally spent like 6 extra days looking for those maps. It still ticks down when we're at max. Damn it, Hachi. Why you gotta be an unnecessary time sink? What is mission 19? Sensei's return. A battle is fought upon the shawls at twilight. The youth learns a lesson. Where are all the supplies we plundered? They're en route to our factory even as we speak, sir. Well, that was quick. Excellent. Our plans are moving right on schedule, eh? And just look at that beautiful sea. Gazing upon it fills me with an overwhelming desire to see it all destroyed.
Sir?
We're under attack! It's Gold Comet!
So much for adder time.
Alright, send out the order for reinforcements. Prepare for battle! This terrain is tricky, the land routes in particular. They're so narrow. Even if we move in numbers, we're likely to take heavy casualties.
I think I'll take a crack at it.
Wait, what? Sensei? Just you sit back and watch. We'll see if my air units can't do some good. We seasoned veterans? We seasoned veterans like to help out every now and again. This is a tiny map.
What have we here?
Have they run out of beds in Gold Comet's infirmaries?
What?
So, you're a black hole, eh? What do you want here?
I have no reason to tell you anything, old man.
Have patience. In time, the entire world will kneel at our feet. And any who dare oppose us will find themselves between the ground and our heels. Well, can't have that now, can we?
You know, son, I don't like war. That's tiring.
But I guess someone's gotta stop you. To make things fair, I'll give you a little pointer. Did you know that when you join 2 damage units together, and their combined HP is over 10, the surplus gets converted into funds? What are you babbling about? Do you think some loose change is gonna sway the course of battle? Or are you just worried about your pension?
If you don't grasp what I'm telling you, then you've got no hope of defeating me. He who laughs last, laughs best.
So, well, so long. You're quite the orator. Still, You're a bit long in the tooth to challenge someone as young and vibrant as me. Looks like you could use a nap, so let's make this quick. I'll finish you with time and cash to spare. Oh boy. We're building air units off of 4,000 income a day. I love it. Well, if we want to be brazen about this, we can T-copter someone over here and land in the woods. It'll be less expensive than skirting with a B-copter anyway. Alright, we'll save money because we can buy a B-copter next turn. They really wanted this map to be like 50% startup, huh? I suppose at least they're not making us do a sea battle with trash funds like this. So an awful lot of things moving. We have yet to encounter anything, though. Oh, there's an APC. Oh, you know, I never looked at Sensei's stuff too, so... Foot soldiers plus 40 to firepower, battlecopters plus 50. So other ground and alien suffer minus 10 firepower, and transport units gain plus 1 to movement range. Okay. So, copter command, new infantry units with 9 HP appear in all cities under Sensei's command, ready to act. Spell copters gain plus 25 to firepower, all its units gain 10 to defense. An airborne assault adds... it turns the city things into mechs. That's kind of funny. So, despite wrestling the way he is, I guess he's a battlecopter spammer. So, I guess we will oblige and spam battlecopters. We appear to have found a tank. Oh, they actually came around trying to camp my HQ. How rude. I kind of figured with the movement in the fog down there, but... Looks like we're gonna have to give them a equally rude welcome. How well do we do against Says here? Not the worst. there are few tanks.
Of course.
Yeah, the 99% twice in a row. It's not pretty, but we can brute force those AAs with. Sensei's battle copies.
They're starting to bring slightly beefier things out down there. Can't quite afford a bomber though. The mechs actually do more damage despite being damaged. No escape.
Delicious. Sidewinder.
That's annoying. Yes, the sneaky kitty. That's not gonna be enough. The elusive 4 a.m. Yes. So that missiles is somewhere within 5 tiles of this. So probably like actually here. Actually, it's gotta be 5, because otherwise it would have shot the bomber instead. I think. Or maybe not. The artillery does only have one vision. Same for the APC. Bandit. Just sitting out on the road, huh? Found a dude.
See what it's been.
Time to get 1,000,000 max.
Airborne assault.
Oh, and they get to move immediately. That's funny. I assumed it would be like purchasing something, so it would spawn them in, but with their turn used, so that's interesting. puts us in relative range of a HQ capture in, I guess, 3 turns, since that's a 9 HP infantry.
Sidewinder!
Yeah, I guess there's an artillery. Alright, I guess we won't be capturing right away, but we can still block these off. Alright, we do have ads sitting. I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll close this out and see about doing another map or two. So, we're back. Alright. Let's see. Hello, Audrey. Not quite. We've got his stuff locked down over here, so that one factory is all he can do anything with. South team probably won't be doing too much, but you can catch any strays if he's still sending infantry down here. Actually, I guess it's gonna be a route, not an HQ capture, so but that's fine. Do we have enough actions for this? I think we do, just barely. Although there's a possibility there's still more stuff here in the woods, so this might not end immediately here. Alright, apparently that was the last unit.
You old dog! How could you possibly defeat me? Who are you?
Sensei, you did it! You are victorious!
I am? Oh, that's nice.
Wait, now I remember. This country once boasted a CEO who was said to be unbeatable. A man feared by all who faced him in battle. Could it be you? An old man like me? I just came to visit the hot springs in this area, Sonny. Not sure who you're thinking of. Today was unlucky. Bad day. But don't worry, old man. We'll meet again. You won't be so lucky next time. Well, looks like we managed to pull through. How are you holding up, Sonia? Sonia?
Aha!
Sensei, is it true? You were once unbeatable. Everyone feared you.
Huh?
Who? Me? Oh, that's so long ago now. I'd nearly forgotten all about it. There might have been rumors of that nature at some point, but... Come now, tomorrow's victories await. Yes, yes sir.
Guess I still have a trick or two up my sleeve.
It's still ticking down.
Hey there! Look who...
There's no point because we're at max coins. It should just skip the damn animation. Sea of Hope. The enemy lab uncovered. Who is the unexpected ally?
Yes.
Wonder if it's someone from Green Earth. The enemy's hidden lab is right here. According to my intel, within this lab, they're working on a new type of weapon in the form of a powerful tank. Let's crunch some numbers. By calculating the average land coverage speed of Adder's forces alongside the rate of our advance, I estimate we have 18 days to capture that lab. Of course, routing our foe is always an option as well. If we can pull that off, we should be able to get our hands on those weapon specs for ourselves. I see! No, we've no time to tarry then.
Yeah.
What's this? Sounds to me like the battle may have already started without us.
How can this be? Our troops are hardly yet on the field.
It's Black Hole on one side, but who is that they're fighting on our soil?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
An old proverb from my studies comes to mind.
Then we must advance at once and join our friends in the battle.
You know what? Sensei's funny. Let's see
It's my
Sensei.
turn.
It's suddenly Sammy. Okay, very agreeable. This is the location of Black Hole's hidden lab. No doubt about it. We have to communicate this intel to Gold Comet.
Yeah.
Yep, those are definitely not the enemy's troops. Combining our resources just may give us a fighting chance. Nice battleships. They're all in an area where the submarines can't actually reach them. Bit of a long walk. This one might be a little bit annoying to traverse. Also, well, let's see. 27 shots is a lot, but there's no way to rearm any of Sammy's battleships, so we should keep that in mind.
Right. Like, I keep wanting to do that with the combined forces. So wonder if it's empty. So I don't know what the enemy's trying to do with that. Oops, that's annoying. Yeah, I guess trying to fast capture that was the best idea. I guess we can do this, block them from getting at our seaport, and then keep that rocket in place so that... Or over there, because they'll try to kill my guy, or will kill my guy, and then we can use that as an opportunity to get the kill in ourselves. We can move this mech out. And the recon won't be a threat if we just weaken it. We could do a copter, but we got this cruiser hanging around, kind of camping. I guess we'll find a way to sneak it past. Can't get at the missiles without being in bomber range. So I guess we'll weaken this.
A battle with me. Sidewinder!
Alright, I guess we're gonna lose one of the battleships. Oh, went after the cruiser. That's actually kind of worse. Well, we'll just have to make the most of the battleships then. Those rockets are really trying to make it so we can't get anything. Wow, we actually deal a lot of damage to this cruiser. We can't actually reach that, although this one will be trying to get the seaport one. Alright, we're just gonna move all the battleships. And like this. Threaten all their indirects. Alright, as predicted. Okay, they're actually in range this time. Gonna have to chase that missiles down, I guess. we're making like almost no headway here aside from, I guess these other ones are empty, but it's gonna take like 5 turns to traverse it. Even if we get a transport copter that can be in the clear with Sensei's +1 movement, it's gonna be kinda gross. Okay, we can at least get the missiles, because if we get that down, then we're basically set for getting across the bridge with our own air units. I don't know what this one will fire at. I guess we can just take out the rockets. Wish I could afford a fighter, but that's like multiple turns worth of funds. Do we want to do that? The speed copter might be in the wild for a while, so we probably don't want to spend it on an ABC. Could use their superpower to try to give enough defense to waste more of this bomber's ammo.
Here I come.
Because we really don't have anything else we can do with it anyway.
Victory march.
missing from body blocking Sensei. That's all Sammy can do. There's no point to put up a battleship of our own. We can probably overwhelm this with like a bomber and a couple of copters. From the title, your Getsunko has been doing some work. Actually, not this session, but I was making fun of him because of the story and stuff given on him at the end of last session. We did do one mission with him here, but it wasn't anything spectacular.
Sidewinder!
The APC managed to draw that off, so we've actually got one battleship fully intact, and the other was kind of whatever. It seemed like it was ignoring the APC to chase the other battleships the previous turn, so wasn't sure if he was gonna go for it. Could use his CO power for a little more damage, but I feel like that's not really worth it. I'd rather save up and do the Super CO. Yeah, need a lot of mobility here, which, I mean, thankfully our copiers have, or T-copiers have boosted movement range. Not too many shots left on these battleships. Finally rid of that bomber. Battleships are annoyingly sturdy. Somehow the cruisers are just like more fragile. Time to break out the bomber, I guess. Yes, this rig will stop body blocking us. That distracted, I guess. He doesn't have any factories. So anything here that dies is dead for good. Which is good, because he probably has a bajillion funds at this point. This should mostly disable the battleships. It won't stop us from capturing it, at least.
Delicious.
Alright, he's probably gonna have that AA try to... or like come in and attack my transport copter. Since it's got extra move now. Which is fine, we hit it with the battleships after. Or... okay, is... I wonder if those units are just completely programmed to not leave that platform. Which makes him using the super there extra funny, because he could reach the T-copter and he just decided he doesn't want to. So if we can bring down the missiles and then hit one of the AAs with the bomber, then our two bombers can kind of just do whatever they feel like. And since he didn't get baited, Sammy has nothing to do. Oh. Singular enemy moving out. That's really it? I'm really confused as to what the AI is doing.
Alright, we're basically one turn off of being in the assault because we need the bomber to be in place, but otherwise... Actually, I might just go in next turn anyway, because this one can move into threaten. It doesn't necessarily need to initiate on anything right away, as long as we can injure one of the AAs. Congratulations, you actually finished capturing.
Have still got it. Airborne assault.
Alright, see you later, Audrey. Enjoy your lunch. And thanks for watching. We won't land yet because there's too much indirect that will just shoot up my infantry. We don't really care about these other ones, because by the time they load into a chopper and get there from the back of the base, the battle's gonna be over.
Delicious. Side slip.
Rare usage of his regular power.
nice, this guy, or he moved this AA into range by a third bomber. Real smooth. This formation does make it so that I don't really have room to drop anyone else other than that one mech. They did nothing to stop me, so now it's an easy capture. Just gotta clear this out. That's slightly annoying. Sammy can't quite reach, so I guess we need to use a B-copter. Just because we can. We definitely don't need the backups, but you know. Alright, we do have ads today. I think what I'll do is go refill my water and then play the story section and see about doing one other mission. So, we're back. Alright, and we're back. Let's get this capture and see what Adder has to say for himself. Yes, I'm holding here the plans for that new weapon. With this valuable data, we should be able to produce our new tank design for ourselves.
Yes.
You risked a lot to come to our aid. You have our gratitude.
No, thank you. In actuality, you just helped me out of a jam. I'm glad you know you were clued in on the enemy's hidden lab after all. Left without offering so much as a name. Is that what passes for manners these days? We shall meet again, friend of Gold Comet. Sammy, after all those days in training together, it's nice to finally fight alongside you.
A brand new type of tank. Technology sure moves fast.
So is 21 is the next one? Yeah, okay. So who is this? We play as Kanbei again. Kanbei must protect a village of civilians. Meanwhile, the enemy's newest weapon awaits. Legasp. War crimes in my happy fun war crimes land. The laser cannon has been deployed, sir. Just as you ordered. Excellent. Exactly how, Adder, are you planning on using the laser cannon high up on that mountain? It's simple, Flack, even for you. I'm going to lure the enemy in and fire. What makes you think you can get them to come all the way out here? I'll burn their cities off the face of the earth. If they don't come, I'll tell the world that they gave up their cities. Either way, we come out on top. Wow. Is the guy who's nothing but brute force actually, appalled at that? More importantly, Flack, did you deploy that infantry as I requested?
Yep.
Yeah, put them where you said. They're pretty far from the cities. That work for you?
Yes, that's fine. March them along slowly. They're merely bait for the enemy. We can't have them capturing the cities too quickly now, can we?
Father.
Hold on, you must not yet engage in combat.
What is the meaning of this?
Sonia, the Black Hole Army is set to lay siege to one of our cities.
It's nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to lure us in. Don't fall for their trap.
Remaining still is not an option.
Why not? It's the optimal approach. That city isn't at all important strategically speaking. In fact, if we allow the enemy to capture it, it should be easier to rout them from the opposite flank.
Sonia, listen to me. What are you? What are we?
What are we? We're the Gold Comet Army.
Yes.
And tell me, does the Gold Comet Army sit idly by as its citizens are destroyed? I think not. Even if it is a trap. Even if it's not strategically important.
Father!
Moreover, we are COs. The people of Gold Comet look to us for leadership and protection. It is our honor to serve them. Unless you had a different idea about what it is we do.
No, Father, you're right. I understand now, just... Please be careful. I'm gonna see if I can unravel this trap.
Are we winning?
Yes, we are winning slowly. These maps are turning into a lot of sandbagging for the enemy. As can be Corona Brain Cell. Yes, he is exactly 1 now. That laser cannon has a very specific range. Also, it looks more like a quad megaphone. We have to protect these 10 cities. Huh. Well then. I suppose this road is pretty dangerous, but otherwise, the rest is kind of whatever. I suppose it's also the way this attacks makes it hard for infantry to assault it over the mountain. Alright, we have a rocket. Exactly 1. No, we have 2. Never mind. So getting them in range is gonna take forever. Oh, I guess there's this other one here. Of course, all of our tanks are not in the best position to attack any of this. Alright, well, we're going to use the APCs to move mechs forward. Probably need to send 1 rocket up to help take care of this one quickly. Thank you for the hydrate.
Time to tip the
Added
scales!
challenging Canmei to a fistfight in free-deployed combat. Massive mistake. Just a bit.
I'm being helpful.
When you started playing Mega Man Battle Network, you didn't realize you were signing up to play a deck-building card game? Well, now you do. Thanks for being the gremlin. Of course, I don't know how frequently these things attack, too. It's really not giving us much time.
Father,
Because those mechs are gonna reach the city in like 3 days. Father, I pieced together the enemy's plan. They have a monstrous weapon called a laser cannon. Each cannon simultaneously fires a deadly laser in the directions up, down, left, and right. Understood, Sonia. However, no matter the trap, I must... Father, I'm not finished speaking yet. Their current laser cannon is only a prototype. It can't just be fired at any time. I think that's something we can use to our advantage. That is helpful. You are splendid, my child. Father, you don't need to flatter me just for warning you. If the enemy can capture the 10 cities in the upper right, all will be lost. Be careful. Okay, so it can't be fired at just any time, but that doesn't tell me anything. See if this will bait them into firing and having to be on some kind of cooldown. Maybe the game will tell me. I wonder if it friendly fires too. That's something that'll definitely be of interest. How do you figure that information out? Using the power of anime hacks. Or something. Father, the lasers have begun to fire! Be careful! Okay, they do friendly fire. So I wonder if they just go off at periodic intervals. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they're not gonna fire again right away and move in. Put that infantry out there to hopefully bait him, but he decided to go for my medium tank. How very annoying. Alright, one down. This infantry is probably actually not going to get anywhere. Maybe I shouldn't have had him climb the mountains. Alright, it's every other turn. Which is annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. it's for sure taken care of after this turn. Because between the mech, the rockets, and even though the rockets are damaged in the medium tank, like this should be more than enough.
Sidewinder!
It's a lot of body blocking. We are charged for morale boost. So we need to be able to bust through this. He's gonna be able to body block us a lot with all this garbage. And we're very much running out of time.
Allow me to show. Morale boost.
God damn it, not quite. If we can't break through and damage one of the enemies, that's it.
A battle with me is a side slip.
Yeah, we can't do anything to stop them. Well, because we need to be able to get rid of these two somehow, or these two. Actually, if we can clear all of these, the light tank can weaken this infantry. Problem is, we have to actually be able to get through here. I don't think this well, the medium tank might be able to kill the artillery. But I don't think we can break through with this. Alright, well, we're fine for now. But this is completely hanging by a thread.
Prepare yourself. Morale boost.
so that clears this. So we can... Hold on, I guess we want to put the artillery. Yeah, let's put the artillery up here. And the rocket can move up and cover this. That's fine. As long as they're leaving that medium tank alone, we can prevent them from ever capturing. Artillery's gone. We can put our own artillery over here and cover that, so... This medium tank's gonna be able to move like here, and then we'll be out of fuel. Alright, so now this guy is just like super slow capping. And they will try to finish it with basically nothing left, so at this point they're self-sabotaging. All that's left is that isolated rocket to finish off next turn. Because everything else here is dead.
Yep, it is ogre, as you put it.
Delicious. Sidewinder!
Okay, with your 1 hit point rocket. So he can run away. Hilarious. Got him. Bad news, Adder. Our troops took a real beating just now. Yes, those gold comet CEOs aren't as dumb as they look. We lost 2 laser cannons. Aren't you gonna take this seriously? Get mad.
Leave off, Black!
We can build more of them if we need to.
Yeah, guess so.
You're missing the big question, which is, what do we need to do from here to make sure Black Hole is victorious? From now, let's skip back to the factory and redraw our battle plans. This war is just getting started. Father, it appears the enemy has withdrawn for the cities.
Is that so?
Yes, I visited one of them myself. The people handed me this message for you. Here, it reads, Commander Kanbei, thank you for saving us. We shall never forget this day. I couldn't help but think, what if we hadn't knowingly walked into the enemy's trap? What would have become of all the people living in those cities?
The safety of all of Gold Comet has been entrusted to us, which means we sometimes have to make painful decisions. We must always protect our citizens, regardless of the danger we face.
Thank you, Father. I understand that now.
Commander,
We spied the enemy COs fleeing into the northern mountain range.
Don't let them get away! Ride forth and pursue them, quickly!
Wait, Father.
We'll never catch up to them if they're already that far out. It's more important that we work on reorganizing our troops. That's... And there he goes. How I wish that he weren't so reckless.
No enemy can stand before combat.
Sonya visited one of them, the only one of them. Yup. Thanks to GG's.
look who's here!
So that leaves... three maps left here. What is this? This is... one with Sonya. Another Sensei, yeah. And then I guess we get to choose for the final here. And then for whatever reason the game's forcing us to wait until after all the other three to go to Green Earth. Which is another, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8? So probably 8. And then I expect at least 2 missions for this black hole continent. Kind of like how we fought fake Sturm and then actual Sturm in Advance Wars 1, but I guess we'll see. So yeah, I would assume 12 more missions between all these remaining properties. Well, actually, no, this is 3, so that's what, 13. So we need almost assuredly 2 more sessions before we even finish this normally, and then see how I feel about doing challenge mode after this. So yeah, I guess we got quite a bit of Advance Wars 2 left. So have to see how that goes. I guess I still need to check the Uma schedule to see what we'll be doing for which days next week. But I think both days align with the I just don't remember which rounds will be on what day. So I'll have to double check that. So yeah, so one of the 2 days, one of Wednesday and Thursday will be CM, plus I'll probably do a natty story run. Man, I need to take a break from doing hard man grinding. It's very wearing. So I think we need to take at least I guess a week's break, at least on stream, so that we can do something else. Even though the mile one's gonna be a huge pain in the ass, but the game needs to not be a continuous grind, especially when it's sort of denying us actual story content with the current scenario. So yeah, that's my plans for that, and then we should be able to finish up Gold Comet for sure here, for whichever day we do Advance Wars. And hopefully we can do at least halfway into Green Earth. We'll see if we can pick up the pace a little bit, but these maps are pretty good at just sandbagging almost pointlessly, so we'll see how much they delay us. And then aside from that, tomorrow, Sunday, we're going to be doing 3 houses, the Crimson Flower Talent Lock. Anyways, I'm hoping we finish Sunday and we can move on to Silver Snow Monday. Well, I guess either way, we should be on to Silver Snow on Monday. It's just a question of, do we finish Endgame on Sunday and start immediately on Monday with Silver Snow, or do we have to finish Endgame halfway and then we start halfway through the Monday session? So I guess we'll see how that pans out. I guess I will send you off to Solomon. I could have sworn, maybe I'm getting the day wrong. There's supposed to be like something that Micah was gonna do, but I guess he does not appear to be online, so well, I'll send you out to Solomon. He is apparently doing Ranked Eternal Return, which I thought he was never gonna do Ranked again, so I guess we can see how the suffering's going. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Crimson Flower shenanigans. If not, I guess once I've sorted out which days that I'm doing Advance Wars on, one of Wednesday and Thursday, and perhaps Source of Muma too. Never sells. Good night.